like always, we have the things on our table which we will need. Of course, the most of the things you can always get in some inspiration from yourself, because this is only just the base what I show you. You can decorate it any way you like, all my DIYs. Of course, I'm going to use my tumbler tile blocks. These are the smaller blocks, it's kind of similar like the ones from the Dollar Tree. And of course, this one is also not really always perfect. They are also sometimes crooked, did have a wrong cut. So I always have to work also with this kind of blocks. So don't worry if your blocks are not totally straight. I have here my container with everything I need. Of course, my scissors, markers, brushes, everything. And of course, my wood glue. What would we do without it? I use the brand Patex. Of course, you see it backwards, but that's just my telephone. But it is the word Patex, and I think it is in a lot of countries. But you can use any wood glue you like, because just buy a cheap brand, because most of the time they will do the job perfectly. I have here my paint. I am used the creamy, the blue and the red. Of course, choose any color you like. What we're going to make, we are going to make for the 4th of July kind of a farmer's market, but of course with a twist. And I use my old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. So these are the main things we need for this DIY. So we are going to start with 9 blocks. So we're just going to lay them in a row, 5, 6, 7, 8 and number 9. And we do this a second time. Already we have 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. If everything is correctly, you have the same measurement and it is correct. Of course, I should have done the lid off already, but I didn't. So we are going to do the longest side, and we're going to place them immediately against each other, because you know, we don't want the glue that is running out too much. So we place them immediately against each other. And we have already number 8 and number 9 is to close you up. We do here the same. So, and I do this together with you. If some people things are taking too long, I will do it faster, but the most of the things I will try to do together with you. And number 8 and number 9 is of course to close you up. We're going to squeeze it from within and give it a nice pressure over here, so we get a nice straight line. Be careful if you press it from the outside, it will jump out sometimes, because not all the blocks are even, especially also my blocks are not even. It maybe look this way, but it doesn't. I have also very crooked blocks most of the time in every packet, so don't worry, I have the same problem like a lot of you have from the blocks from the Dollar Tree. So again, I'm going to give this a couple of minutes drying. So in the meantime, while these two are drying, we are going to make a row of 3 and another row of 3 and a row of 2 and another row of 2. So very easy, just very simple. Do the tops, some glue over here, and we do this one. And we place it against each other this way. We do here the same. And this one, place it together, and this, and the one of 2. It's very easy. And place it together. We're going to squeeze it. Squeeze and give all 3 a little bit of pressure. And this way. And we're going to get, of course, our piece of kitchen towel, which of course are very old. Don't worry about it. I always use my old pieces so we can use it for DIYing. Of course, we also give this a couple of minutes. So now we're going to get our 2 pieces, the bigger ones. We do some glue on the side, and we only waited a couple of minutes, because if you wait too long, then it doesn't, you can, a little bit more difficult to fill in the gaps. Now, if you don't wait too long and you press a little, you easily can fill up the gaps which are in between. So always make sure that you don't wait too long. And of course, you have a risk that your piece is falling apart, but doesn't matter. Just take it together again and it will glue very easy back together. So don't worry about that. So this is already in number 1. So now we have 1 piece. We are going to place this one and this one over here. And you see already we have left over the corners. And that's what we want. Of course, you would think the corners are not fit. Of course, they are not fitting yet. It will, but of course, a little bit later. So we're going to place this exactly against this one. So make sure this way. And we do here the same. We do some glue. Over here, a little line. And we're going to place it straight up. And we're going to place it against here. Give it some pressure. Feel with your fingers that you have it nicely together. Of course, I'm going to wipe away the glue. And we're going to do here the same. And then you get open corners. So do some glue on the ending. A little bit like this. And I'm going to place it exactly over here. And I do here the same. And we place it over here again. And we're going to squeeze it. And we're going to let this dry in. So if everything is correctly, you have now this part. We're just going to lay this aside to dry because it needs a half hour at least to dry. Now we're going to do the underpiece of the stand of the market. So I laid it already on my table. We need now 4 pieces of 9. So very easy, 4 pieces of 9. And I'm going to do only this one together with you, or else it takes much too long of your time. So you just glue them together the same like you did with the other part we made. And you just place them together, squeeze it and wipe away the glue. Number 8 and number 9 is the closure up. Squeeze it, squeeze it, squeeze it. And we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. Like this, and make sure that you have a nice straight line. If you, like I always say, if you use a metal hook, it's totally fine. I don't use it, but if you have it laying around, just use it. I'm going to do all the other 3 also. So we have our 4 pieces of 9. We're going to lay this aside. And we only gave it a couple of minutes drying because, or else, like I told you earlier, it dries a little bit too fast. So we're going to do some glue over here and we're going to place it together so we can easily fill in the gaps. And again, and if you have gaps and you don't get it away, just use some wood filler or maybe some, I think you call it speckle. I don't know how we call it over here, but it's not something I'm familiar with. We are usually using a wood filler. So I'm going to wipe away the glue over here. Now we already have our 2 pieces of double 9, and now we're going to make 4 pieces of 6. You ready? I have my 4 pieces of 6, and we do the same like we did with the pieces of 9. It is so easy. It's just sounding like a record sometimes, but I know you don't mind because I mean well, and of course I just want to show you also how it is made so you can easily make it step by step for everyone who enjoys making it but don't know how to make it. This is so easy to follow, and then you have your own cute little market for the 4th of July and you can decorate it any way you like for in your own home. So I already have the number 3 row and it goes very fast because it's only 6 blocks. And the last 2 and 3, 4 and number 5 is of course the last, and 6 is the closure up. Squeeze it and we're going to wipe away the glue and give it a couple of minutes drying. So very easy this way. So we have now our 4 pieces of 6 and we're going to do the same like we did with the other one. We glue them together, place them over here. We do here the same. And again, place them nicely together, squeeze it, and we're going to wipe away the glue again, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So we're also going to lay beside these pieces of 2 to dry. What we're going to do right now, we are going to make doubles, very easy, and we do this, I do this only together with you, this 5. So what you're going to do is easy. You just do on the top some glue, place it over here. You do some glue and place it on top. Some glue, place it on top, and again some glue, place it on top. And now we already have 5 doubles, but we need in totally, we need 20 doubles. So you need 40 blocks to make 20 pieces of 2. So again, squeeze it, and I'm going to do the other 15 a little bit faster. So you see we have now our 20 pieces of double 2. So it's very easy. What we're going to do, we're going to take 5 and we're going to glue 5 in a row. So very easy. Just do some glue on the tops and do over here. Place it together. We do over here and the last, and we're going to squeeze it this way, and we make sure that we have a nice straight line, as straight as we can be. And this is already in number 1. We're going to do number 2, and the rest I will do a little faster. Be sure that you have all the blocks on the same side, because you don't want that one is is pointing at the other direction. This way, and we're going to squeeze it, and this way, give it some pressure over here, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. And I do the other one a little faster. So we have now our 4 pieces for the sides of the market. And what we're going to do, we're going to do only the top, and then we can go and paint everything. So we're going to do very easy again. We're going to take 9 blocks, the same like we did earlier, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And we do another one of 9. It's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and 9. If everything is correctly, it's the same. Yes, it is. And of course we are going to do 2 pieces of 3. I already lay it on my table so you can easily see what we're going to do. We do this over here, we do this over here, this over here. And now we need another one of 2. So 2 pieces of 9, 2 pieces of 3 and 2 pieces of 2, and then we have the top of our market also. So I'm going to glue everything together, but I do it a little bit faster. So we glued everything together. We are going to do now the bigger pieces on each other and this way, and we're going to place it down, and we're going to make one nice plank out of it, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes rest, and then we're going to paint all the pieces loose, because we have different colors and it's always tricky, at least for me it is tricky to paint it already when it's totally in each other. So I always do it loose. I don't know if it's wise. We will see how this will turn out. And for everyone who is already a little bit smarter than I am, you see already I totally forgot to glue the sides on here. So I'm going to do some glue over here. And we're going to place this one over here. Make sure that he is a nice fitting. We're going to do this one over here. And we place it on this side. And we do the other one, of course, exactly in the middle, and also over here we get the opening we also had with the underside of our little boot. It's kind of a 4th of July boot, if I am correctly. So I'm going to squeeze this, squeeze it, and we're going to let it dry, and then we're going to paint it. So if everything is correctly, you have 2 pieces of this one, you have 2 of the smaller planks, and you have 2 of the bigger ones, and 4 of the side poles. We call it palen in the Dutch. So we have 4 of this one, 2 of this one, 2 of this, and 2 of this. And now I'm going to paint. You can choose any way you want to color it. I'm going to do the undersides, these 2. I'm going to do in the dark blue. One of them I'm also going to do in the dark blue, one in the white, and I'm going to do the 4 pieces in the red. So, but that's my choice. You can choose any color you like. So for this piece, I take a little bit of the darker blue color. So, but maybe you like a lighter better. So I'm going to do all pieces on all sides. I'm going to do in blue, and of course, like I told you, the top. So, but of course, I won't bore you with that. I will make it blue and red. So I painted all my pieces. What I did, I placed a piece of kitchen towel over here just to not to damage my market. Yeah, how you call it, booth. And I'm going to have one of this one, and I'm going to turn it over upside down. I'm going to get one of the bigger blue pieces. I'm going to do some glue on the underside very gently over here, make a nice thin line, and I'm going to place it on the longer side over here, but inside, not on the one of 3, but on the inside over here. So we leave the piece open. So I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure. I'm going to turn my way. I'm going to do, of course, this one. This one will be in between. I have to look for the right way because or else it doesn't fit. I have the right way, at least the way I'm going to do it. We have one panel already, the one of 9. We're going to turn it over. We're going to take the other one of 9. We do some glue under here. Again, make a nice line over here. And we're going to place this one also on the inside. Over here. I'm going to make sure that I have it, and I'm going to squeeze it on his place. Now if everything's correct, you have it this way. You have a little line of white over here, and now we're going to do on one of the black pieces, we're going to do on this line on the inside some glue, and you can easily see it because it's blue, and you can easily see where I put the glue and a line over here, because he will be on the ending of this line. And we can easily, of course, I totally forgot, don't forget the bottom, the way I almost would do. So, and we're going to place it over here. Make sure that you have everything inside, and we're going to make sure that everything is fitting nicely. I have to look for that I have it on this side also a little bit to the back side. And we have a nice fitting over here. Now we only need to do the other side. Of course, we do the same. We do some glue here, and don't forget the bottom like I did. So we do some glue over here. We do it over here. And we do it on the underside. Over here. And we're going to place this against the other one at the ending of the block. And again, also we make it fitting over here and give it a little bit of pressure, and from the top. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes drying. So now we're going to place this aside, and this is how he's looking so far. We're going to place this over here. We're going to get the other one, and this will be a blue one, and we're going to turn it over upside down again this way, because we're going to make the sides. I have already a little white piece over here. I don't know if I didn't get it, so I'm going to give it a little bit of the blue color. So now he's gone. I don't like that. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a red one, and I'm going to place it in the length of my blocks. You see here, this one is a small one, and here's a small one over here, and I'm going to place it on the side, and I'm just going to do some glue on this side and on this side, and I'm going to place it in between, and I'm going to glue it. But of course, I see already I can better do it without my tissue paper, because or else my tissue paper is stuck on my glue. So we do it carefully, and we're going to do some glue. I have to look for this way. I'm going to do some glue. What you also can do is, of course, some glue on the corners, but I'm going to do some glue over here and a little over here, just like a kind of a corner, and I'm going to place it in here, and we're going to give it some pressure. Oh, you see already I have some red on my fingers. That's not what we want. Just a little bit blue over it and it is gone because I don't like that. So I'm going to do all 4 of them in the corners. So I did glued 2 of them together. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place them down on his side. So this way I hope that it will work or not. We will see. And we're going to place this down and this way. Give it some pressure. And I'm going to wipe away the glue we don't need from the table because we need to have it on the outside. I'm going to turn it this way. And then I hope everything sticks nicely together. I am going to get my box and I'm going to be sure that this is the top, this is the underside, and this one needs to be in between this one, and I can still do it because he is not glued yet. So what I'm going to do some glue on I have to do it right for you. I have to do some glue on this side. So over here. I hope I am right. And of course a little on this side. We do here the same. A little glue over here, a little glue over here, and a little over here. And if everything is correctly, I can turn it and I can place it in between on the underside. Very carefully place it in between. And I have to make sure that I have it before I'm going to squeeze it. And I have it over here and I'm going to give it some pressure from the top and from the sides and also over here. So, and now I'm going to give it some rest, a couple of minutes. And a lot of you already saw it. I placed it upside down. I did the white on the underside, but of course it is not on the underside. It's on here because this is the place where you put your things for the market on. This is the white, so I turn it over and just do it away. Make sure that this is flat on the sides over here. I show it to you this way. You see, make sure that it's even with the rest because this is the underside. I don't know how I can see it wrong. So this is the table where you put your things on. This is the top. And what we're going to do right now, we're going to do one of the red sides also, and we are going to do some glue on this side over here and on the little bit of the corners, and we do on this corner also, and we're going to place it inside. Very easy. This one over here, this one over here. Make sure that you have it smooth and fitting with each other, and this way. And we have to work with it. Just take your time for it. That's the most important. Just take your time, because if you do it carefully, it works much and much better. Be sure that you have it on the ending so you can stand up very nicely. And I'm going to give it again a couple of minutes drying. And of course I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to do the other side also. The same, do some glue over here. And in the corners, and on this corner, and just place your piece in between over here. Make sure that you have it fitting and fitting over here, and then you can give it some pressure very carefully. And this way, and we're going to let it dry in at least for a couple of hours. So our booth is drying. What we're going to do, I did get my wooden ladders, you see already. They are just simple and small and thin ladders. It's just simple. You can buy them really anywhere. So, but you can use also some sticker ladders, maybe some Scrabble ladders. Just use with everything you like. I'm going to make a kind of a little sign for above our market. What I'm going to do is very easy. I'm going to do some glue on this one and place it on here. I'm going to do some glue on this one, place it on here, and of course I'm going to do a little bit of glue on both sides, and immediately I'm going to glue them this way, place them down, squeeze it, and now we already have the first part of our sign for the top. I'm going to get 2 blocks and 2 blocks. So we're going to first do the tops, just do some glue, and we do some glue over here, and we're going to place them together. We do here the same, a little on the top and over here, and I'm going to place it over here, squeeze it, press it together, and we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need, and make sure that you have it in a straight line, and we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. We gave it a couple of minutes. We lay one of the 3 blocker on the side, and we could do a line of glue, place it together in a straight line, squeeze it, press it, and we're going to give this also again a couple of minutes drying. In the meantime, I'm going to find my letters, and I'm going to go for, on the top I will do patriotic, and on the front of my booth I will do market. But like I always tell you, just go as crazy as you like and do whatever you like. I'm just giving you a little bit of an inspiration. So I have here my letters. What I'm going to do before I'm going to glue the letters on top of here, I'm going to give it a creamy color. I'm going to give this too, before I'm going to glue them together, I'm going to do this one in the creamy color. And I'm going to do the letters, I think in on top in red, and maybe on the front I think in white. So, but first I'm going to do this one. So I do this a little bit faster because you know already how to paint. So my letters are painted, and of course my frame also. Before I'm going to glue it on top of here as a frame on top, I'm going to place this down, and I'm going to do my letter patriotic. I'm doing on top of here, and like I said, market will be on the front, but you see that in a moment. First I'm going to take my time just to fill in patriotic over here, but I won't bore you with that because it takes much of your time. So I have my word on top of here. I will show you. Realize you see it backwards, don't worry, it's just my telephone. I have here patriotic, and later I'm going to glue this on top of here, but first it needs to dry further. So I'm going to place this aside, do a piece of my kitchen towel over here, not to damage my little booth. Of course I'm going to place this down this way, and I'm going to get my words market. Of course, you see this also backwards. So again, don't worry. It is just my telephone. It's not your eyes. It's just my telephone. So I'm going to do it a little bit in a round way. So I'm going to lay it already on top of here to be sure where I want to have everything. So a little bit over here. And I'm going to do it a little over here. Kind of where the place you think it needs to be the best. So I'm going to keep it this way, and I'm going to glue it on top of here. So I have market on front. I'm going to do some glue on this side, and I'm going to glue it this way. So you have the blocks over here on the half. So I'm going to, that's the highest side. So I'm going to do some glue over here, and I'm going to place a very easy, this one in the middle, over here, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and I'm going to let this dry in also. I'm already to the last step of our DIY, and of course I'm going to do some glue on the underside, and I'm going to glue it in the middle of the top of the roof of our booth. Of course, you see in a moment a quick impression. I give you only the base of the market booth, but you can decorate it any way you like. In a moment you see a quick impression of mine.
Dyanne here. Who's ready for a new DIY? Today we're going for a patriotic DIY, and therefore we first need our tumbling tower blocks. For the ones new to our channel, welcome. I will explain that Jenny and I buy these package of blocks online from a Dutch web shop, and every package of 45 blocks costs €3, and then you get blocks which are this length. This is 5 centimeters by, there are 3 in here laying down flat, so I think they're 2 centimeters wide and 5 centimeters long. This is what we're going to do, or going to work with. I also have this, a leftover from a Valentine's DIY that I wanted to make but that I never made because I forgot that this thing was in my stash, and now it comes of good use for a patriotic DIY. We also need wood glue. I like to use this brand, Patex. This is not a sponsored thing, just something that I buy at Action. Action is a Dutch shop similar to Dollar Tree. And I think this one costs €4 or €5, but it'll last really long and you don't need that much of glue. Plus, the drying time is pretty short for wood glue. This thing was also from Action. I totally forgot what I paid for this because I have it so long at home. And you'll also need a knife or scissors, but I prefer the knife. And maybe, I don't know if we're going to decorate at the end, you will use the hot glue gun. This one here is from Parkside from Lidl, and you can charge it via this USB-C port. And they come in with these glue sticks that I just also bought from Lidl, and they are pretty small. So you need special ones for these glue guns. I don't mind because they regularly got them on sale, and then I buy a big bunch of those. Good, that was explaining what we need at first hand. Of course, I always grab things throughout the DIY. Then I will explain what I have, and if I know the price, I will also tell you that. But for now, we're going to start on the heart here. Grab your knife for this, because we're going to remove the plastic. And we're going to remove the canvas as well. Action has these things in really various shapes and sizes, these painting canvases. But they don't always sell them, so when you got a few, then you're lucky. Now let me see. Oh, normally this won't work, but I think for now it's going to work. I'm just going to remove the canvas by tearing it loose from the staples. Doesn't mind that much if we get rid of the staples, because I see that they are stuck upon each other via some sort of puzzle idea. Now it gets hard. This thing won't let go. This thing smells like fish somehow. That is a weird smell. Let me see if I can cut around it. Normally when I have square shaped canvases that I'm using, I always cut off like so. But for these, I think it's going to work this way. Be careful with your fingers though, and it's going to be a big mess. I think it's harder to rip them apart because it's folded here around the corner. There we go. This the back side, doesn't mind cutting here. Okay, well, I'm just going to continue to get rid of this thing. Some are going to work out easy and the other ones will be a lot harder. But then we just make a small cut. I think then we're good to go. There we are. Oh, that was the end of the canvas. I'll spare you the details. I'll see you in a few seconds. Now I have two separate things. I have canvas and I have the heart. This I'm going to not throw it away directly. Might be of use later. Just going to store it. Going to tap it off here because there's all that white powder coming from. Now, here we have the front part of our DIY. Next thing we're going to do, oh, there is some annoying staple here. Let me see if I can push it back, or otherwise I'm going to get rid of it. Yeah, there. Goodbye to you. I think everything is still secure. Well, this one almost. Okay, no big deal. We're going to work with it. What I want to do is use my Jenga blocks on the back side. So glued all the way here. Therefore, we're going to lay this apart for a few moments. Grab some blocks. I already have an open up package. I really love the sound when I'm going to put everything up on the table. Oh, it was still stuck inside the plastic. Yeah, then we went too far. That was the sound I meant. My leftover box, I use this as a trash box, trash can. So just put all the rubbish that I got in here, and then I can easily throw it away, and I keep my workspace pretty clean. Good. Blocks over there. Now let's see how many blocks do we need for the widest part. Will this do, or do we need more? Oh, it's more than enough. This is okay, because it will hide behind the wooden edge there. Well, we need quite a lot more of these blocks. So I think I'm just going to get started by laying everything down and then see what we need. Try to keep one line here in the center. If that isn't possible, I'll try to do it like this so that you get a little bit of rest in your project. And then now and then I'm just laying these up, and you can see it works so far, but we need one extra layer on the level here. Don't worry, not going to glue yet. And I'm going to work my way up, completely up to the top of the heart. And in the meantime, I'm just checking if everything is still all right, which is so far. Oops. Lay down, you. When I got the right amount of blocks, then I suggest we're going to get gluing. And now I need to open up a new package. So it just will take on a while until I measured what we need for the complete heart. I think these are the last 4. Wonder if I'm right, or that we need an extra roll. Perfect. Good. Now that I know how many blocks we need, I'm going to get them all stuck together. First, restore these. Didn't use all of them. I think about 1 package is in here. I never count how many blocks that I'm using. So for the ones who are asking, sorry, I didn't count. You can count to yourself now while I am tidying up. 2 to go. I really like to keep my working place tidy, otherwise I can't think cleverly and I make mistakes, knowing myself. Well, gluing time. Personally, I prefer to put 1 block up and or actually leave 1 block laying down for each row. And then just, let me just create a little bit more space. Otherwise we lack of some space for nice gluing around. Let me see. Oh, I already forgot. Yeah, this one got to be up. What I do is I grab my glue, check if the nozzle is free. Sometimes it gets stuck. Nope, it's free today. And then I like to do this. Just 1 dab of glue should be enough to glue all these blocks together. Sometimes it also happens that they won't stick together. Somehow the wood is greasy, then I suggest using a little bit more wood glue. And then you can just gently rub in between those blocks and then attach them together. I like to work like that, but you can do it your complete own way, of course. And then put these together. Doesn't have to be super straight. We can still rearrange things later because the glue isn't dry instantly. And then you get to work your way up to the next row. Just take your time. It doesn't have to be in a hurry, at least not with the glue that I'm using. I would put these together too. I think for my mind, it's better to just do one row at a time. Otherwise, I'm going to make mistakes. So put these 3 up, leave the one at the end laying down. Then we're going to glue again. Rub the blocks against each other to divide the glue a little bit better. And then we can start on our DIY. Or the next row of our DIY, sorry. Oh, now I forgot to rub the blocks. Let's rub it a little bit like this then. If you have troubles with these edges of glue popping up, just wait until the end. You can easily wipe that away with a piece of cloth or damp cloth, whatever you want to do. Tissues, just use what you like. I'm going to glue the rest and I will see you when it's done, because then we also need to put these together as well. Good, that was it. What I'm going to do, if you're wearing earphones, turn off the sound now. Use this to scrape off the glue. Turn off your sound right now, otherwise it's going to hurt your eyes. There. I said eyes, of course I meant ears. Now let these dry, but I think they're already pretty dry, good enough to turn over. I think that's what I'm going to do. Okay, this one here, we'll leave it, then just turn it around. The other one, only glue where the blocks touch each other. And then we're going to press it against the lower line. And you keep on repeating that until everything has been glued together. Just like so. So, next one. Still see that the blocks are a little bit able to move around, so the glue was perfectly dry. Oh, there's one filled. Oh, there's one too. Then I think I should have added a little bit more glue. No big deal, we can still do that. Won't hurt or affect the construction. I'm not going to redivide because I already divided before. Wrong side. Yeah, sometimes you have that, at least with this kind of wood blocks, happens before to me, that the wood is a little bit greasy and then the glue won't stick well. I have only one solution for that, just use more glue. I'm going to continue, I think you know what I mean. And then we let it dry really well, I think at least an hour, and then we can just start putting glue around here. Press that upon the complete plaque of wood, put a heavy object upon it so it really attaches well, and let that dry for an hour as well. I have the plaque ready, and I did something wrong. I don't know what, but something with the gluing went wrong, I think, here at the beginning, so it's not completely symmetric. But when you do this now, it's been fixed, so these rough edges, we just can remove them with a saw later on. Time to start painting. I first like to start off with a layer of white paint. to assure that the coverage is good. And I'm going to grab myself a big brush. This is just plain white paint from the construction market, and I think this whole can costs 20 euros or something. I must say that the quality of the paint is quite good. Because of the coverage, I wanted something with a really good coverage, so bought this brand. Just a nice layer of white paint, let that dry, and then you can move on to the next step. Don't have to paint the edges, only this part. Okay, I grabbed myself several brushes and I have some red paint here. Drawn a line where I want, because I want to make an American flag here, where I need the blue part. And I want to see where everything is ending, so that I know where I should draw. Oh, well, whatever. It doesn't make really a difference. Good. I think I'll start at the bottom and then I'll work my way up. I'm just going to paint one block red, then I'll leave the white in between, and then I skip over to red. If you want to, you can use, I think I'm going to do that painting tape to make really strong lines. However, you can also just try to cut with your brush. Let's see if it works. You can easily try that on the bottom line. If it doesn't work, you can always just redo. I think it's going to look fine. Don't push too hard on the brush. It probably will be okay. Because if I push too hard, then the brush gets flattened out too wide, and then you're going to see that. So don't push too hard. I know one smooth line, but we need to add some extra paint in between, I see. I'm carefully going to continue with the other part. I'm leaving my hand resting upon the table so I can get a smoother line. There! I think I'm going to continue doing it this way. This is done. Time to move over to the blue square. I just have chalk paint that I have for years. I believe this one's costed 3 euros. Now, let me pour something into a piece of cardboard. Oops, that was too much. And I have this kind of shape of a brush. Hope you can see properly. Not straight, but with a tiny angle. I think the easiest way is to start cutting the edges first. Therefore, I just made a small line. I'm going to start in the corner and then carefully going to work my way down. Once again, if you're not comfortable with painting like this, I suggest you using paint tape. Thanks to the angle in that brush, I can make really sharp lines. The flat brush that I used for the red was harder to work with. There. Now, that's corner number 1. Carefully smudge it out here. This is way much easier than the red painted part. Okay. Now, let's see. How do we want to do this? Do it 2 ways. I think this is the easiest way, just the same way as I did the other corner. And once again, let the back of your hand rest upon the wood. Otherwise, at least I can't get with my shaky hands such a smooth line as this. Almost there. It also works the other way. There we go. Now we have to color in the square. Okay, I think we can start gluing. Carefully remove this one over here. And then we grab this. Of course, we use the wood glue. I'm going to pour a lot of it onto the heart. If you want to divide the glue better, I suggest you're using a brush. I'm trying to stay as close to the inner line. This is just like icing a cake. I always imagined being a professional baker, but I don't think I'm as good as this as a professional baker is. Just a little bit more there. Do we have a nice thick line everywhere? I think we have. Still have a brush here. Just dab. And try to divide a little bit better to the inner part. Doesn't have to be super neat, you're not going to see it either. And if you want, you can always add a little bit more. But I think this kind of wood here that I'm working on right now really soaks up a lot of glue. Okay, there we have it, I suppose. Good. Move this a little bit out. I'm going to turn this over. Now, I can see here's the center in here because this line, I tried to keep it in the same direction. And these 2 points here should align. So carefully move, don't press yet. Be sure first that you're doing the right thing. Now I'm going to press it in. I think I'll get my toolbox and then put it upon there. There's still some glue visible. Yeah, I'll leave it to dry first. I still see a small line here. You can't see it, but I see it. Might dry out really well. We'll see how it works out. I'll let this dry, I think, overnight, so I know that everything is secure and safe to work with again. Hey there, thank you for coming back. Here is the heart. I really like how the paint dried up. On these parts, I just took my saw and sawed off the blocks that were sticking out. So now we have a really nice heart-shaped object. And I want to give the edge of the heart, I think, a white paint job. But I'm in doubt if I want to do it black or white, but I think when it gets black, that this contrast here doesn't look as nice as it will be with white. So I think I'll go for the white today. So we grab again our big can of white paint, and I also have a brush with a sharp tip that I can use for cutting the edges here. And I hope that goes well. But just holding it like this and then carefully sliding, I'll just show you, carefully sliding across or along, just smoothen out a little bit. Oh, there is an annoying hair sticking out. Let's remove that first. No, it won't go. Annoying. And we should bend it over here. Hopefully that will work out. Okay, now always try to avoid drippers. I hope you can see what I'm doing. Just once again, doesn't have to be that careful here with the white edge. We'll need quite a lot of paint here because this type of wood really soaks up paint. So here I don't have to be super careful. Anyway, we're going to continue our journey alongside this edge with a lot of paint and a lot of patience. I also could have painted before I applied it, but I always think about that afterwards. And I'm in doubt if the wood glue would still have done its job that good then. I don't know. I also experienced several times, but that's my wood glue maybe, that when you paint things and then you add the wood glue, that wood glue doesn't seem to work so well anymore. Carefully along this line here, that works out good. and I love to work with that sharp tipped brush. And the flat side here, we can just do that with a bigger brush. I'm just going to continue this way. Here's the result of the painting. I really like how clean it looks. I also painted the side parts here of the parts that I cut off with the saw. Now it's time to add the stars, and therefore I just put this blank sheet against the screen of my computer, and with a pencil I started to draw stars that I've found upon the screen, because I'm really bad at painting stars, so I thought cutting them out of the paper would be a better idea. Now, of course, I've tried some and I'm not happy with the result. But now it's just like making a 3D card. Use your scissors to cut out all these tiny little stars. That will take a while, but I think it's doable if you first cut them loose from each other. That helps and evens the cutting too, I think. Just like this. I don't have that really fine, sharp, small tipped scissors, so I think these will manage. But you can also use stickers, of course, if you have some starry stickers in white. Use those, that will help too. And then, yeah, it is time to add some Mod Podge. If you want to apply the stickers upon your wood. Or I just used fake Mod Podge or any other kind of glue that works for paper. Are they all separate? Not completely. I believe I've drawn 15, and let's see how many will fit in. I can always make new ones because I still have the figure up on my screen. And then we just go cutting. I prefer cutting like this. I hope you can see what I'm doing. Not going around the bend, but do it like this, otherwise I'm afraid that my paper will smudge and, you know, don't look as beautiful anymore. By doing this, I hope I get the sharpest cut. And then it's important to not use the side where you've drawn on, because then you can still see those lines. And because I used the pencil, it was safe for my computer screen to draw all the stars. But also, they won't peep through if I glue them upon my flag. At least that wasn't the plan. Okay, there we have star number 1. Oops. Oh, they're pretty tiny. I think I'm going to make some bigger ones too. But I really love how they look. I'll cut some more. That will take some time. When I'm done, I'll be back at you. Maybe I also want to make some bigger ones. We'll see. Well, I made some stars, made them slightly bigger because with the smaller ones, I thought you couldn't see them very well. So let's try to get rid of these here. Just laying them down upon the table. And I took myself some glue. You can use Mod Podge. I used fake Mod Podge or any other kind of glue that you like. I believe I have 15 stars, so not the original amount that is on this beautiful flag. I'm sorry. But if they were tinier, yeah, I wasn't happy with it, but that's my kind of taste. Everyone does it differently. Here, this is the stuff that I use. This is Action Fake Mod Podge, 17 times cheaper than real Mod Podge here, and I'd like to use a brush to apply the glue directly from the can. We have really weird weather here today, so sometimes the weather can be pretty annoying, and then you get a lot of sunshine, and then suddenly it's completely gone. Okay, let's use a small brush. Grab yourself some glue. Do not glue this side, but turn it over. At least if it wants to be turned over. Okay, and hopefully, yeah, it sticks good. Just applying them randomly. Oh, you can also use another extra brush. small one to get rid of possible air bubbles that might come here underneath. There we are. That's number one. I'll continue, oops, stay here you. Continue doing the rest the same way. Now, don't these stars look cute? I think they do. I miss a little bit of decoration, and I thought it would be fun to make 4th of July out of these Scrabble letters, which are from Action as well, here on this side. So it has a little bit of counterweight, you know, with the blue part here, and then we have some other color here. So I have here 4th of July, and now I'm going to put those letters together, at least the words, the parts together that need to be read together. So, oops. These sets here, and therefore we need our glue gun. I preheated it before. There are still enough glue sticks. And when this thing starts to get dripping, which is about now, as you can see, then I know it has the right temperature. So quickly get rid of the dangling part there and apply some here in between, because I first want to put these letter blocks together. A little bit of glue peeped out, but that isn't a big deal. We can easily remove that in just a few seconds, long as the glue has been hardened out. And by doing this, I know exactly that I glued everything right, because I start gluing on the heart first, then it will work. I think now it is time to just put your nail upon the glue, and then you can easily, oh, this one was a little bit warm, easily remove it. It also has been stuck to the crafting mat. That always happens. There we go. 4th. And this one has been cooled down too, I think. Yes, off. And been glued down. Come on, you. Off. And now all we need to do July. Oh. A little bit of wood left there. Well, it's the back part, so you won't see it. Never seen this kind of wood falling apart, actually, because I have multiple of those cans here. July, there we go. And then again, we let that cool down. If there is any glue peeping through, we remove that. And then you can just glue everything upon the heart. Just put some glue on the back. And that's basically it. There we go. This thing can be turned off. Easy as that.
Already on the table are the things we need for this DIY. We need, of course, our tumbling tile blocks. These are the smaller blocks, the same like Dollar Tree also have. We use some paints, some white, blue and red. I have here my container with everything inside. Of course, my wood glue, my scissors, markers, brushes, everything we need. And of course, I have here an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. So these are the main things we need for this DIY. What we're going to make Uncle Sam, but in the shape of a nutcracker. So we will see how this will turn out. So we are going to start with the bottom of the nutcrackers. Of course, we are going to make two different Uncle Sam in the coloring different. So they will be the same, but they are different in coloring. So we're going to start with the bottoms of both of them. So we take 4 pieces and we take 4 pieces over here. What we're going to do, very easy, we're going to glue on the tops some glue. You see already, I have already too much glue. I always have too much glue. Leave me a comment down below if you also have the same problem, that you always are fighting with the glue, because I have the little opening already very small. So it is already a small opening, but still I am someone who uses a lot of glue. So again, we're going to squeeze them together, wipe away with our towel the glue we don't need, because we don't need too much of the glue, of course. and make sure that you have it in a straight line. Everyone who use a metal square or metal hook is also fine. I don't use it, but be my guest. If you like to use it to keep everything straight, it's also fine. I'm going to leave this for a couple of minutes drying. So we gave it a couple of minutes. We lay one on the side. We do a little small line of glue over here, and we do this one also on the side, a small line of glue, and we're going to place them against each other in a straight line again, and we do here the same. So we have a nice stand where they can stand on. Squeeze it, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So we gave it a couple of minutes. I'm going to place them aside because we need them later for painting. What we're going to do now, we're going to get 7 pieces of 2. So you already have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. But of course, I'm going to place them over here. And now we're going to do again 2 pieces of 7 because this block is not really fine. We have 2 nutcrackers, so we do it 2 times. So we make 2 rows of 7 blocks of this one. I have here 3, 4, 6, 7. So 7, 7, 7, 7. What we're going to do, very easy, we're just going to glue the tops on each other. And very easy again, squeeze it. And again, it's a little bit of a task, but just take your time for it because it's always important. Just take your time, don't rush it. It is an easy DIY, but it always give more and high-end look if you just do it very carefully and slowly. And take your time for it, especially because we're going to paint also. And I'm not, like everyone already knows, a great painter, at least especially not for faces. So this will be a challenge for me again to keep it looking like a real Uncle Sam. But every time I do my best, and you can change it up any way you like, because probably you are a much better painter than I am. But I give you the idea, so you can change it up any way you like. You can even spray paint it in gold or silver if you don't like the colors. And again, number 7, also over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. Just squeeze them together like this. And make sure that you have a straight line over here. And wipe away the glue you don't need. So I'm going to do the rest, but you have later 2 rows of 7 blocks glued together. So now we gave both of the sets of 7, we gave some rest. What we're going to do, because it will be a little bit chaos, because we are going to glue pieces in separate ways. So because we're going to want to make it ourselves simple, we are going to start with this one with the B of the blue and the W of the W of the white. Here in the Netherlands we say blauw en wit. Blauw en wit. And you say blue and white. So I'm going to do here, it will be a B. Here will be the W. Here will be the B. Here will be the W. Here will be the B. And here will be the W. And here will be the B. Of course, we're going to do here the same. This will be a different color. So this will be red and white. So, and we say rood en wit. So red, the R, and the W, the R, and the W, the R, and the W, and the R. So now we know at least the feet of our nutcracker, the colors. So we don't get mixed up what we don't want. So we're going to place them aside over here, and this one over here. What we're going to do now, we're going to do the rest of the body is the top. From the tops we are going to get 4 blocks for the arms. This is one arm. This is arm number 2, but of course we have to double it up because we have two nutcrackers. Again, over here, this will be the arms. What we're going to do is very easy. We do some glue on this one and we place it on top of here. We do some glue on this one and we place it on top. We do here the same. and we place it on top, and we do some on the wider side also over here, and we're going to do this the same and over here. So it is very easy because the arms get the neutral color of the neutral color, but the same color, and we only need the underside need to be a little bit white, but that's very easy to do. So we're going to place it on the side, squeeze it, place it on the side, squeeze it and make a straight line, place it on the side, squeeze it, and again over here the same. So if my English is not perfect, just look what I'm doing, then everything will be fine, because I know sometimes English and Dutch through each other is sometimes a little bit difficult. So we get the towel and we're going to wipe away the glue on the sides, which is coming off over here, and we're going to let it rest for a couple of minutes again. So now we have our 8 pieces of 2. We're going to get a 1, do the tops and place it against each other on the tops, place it against each other, over here the same. And so we get, if everything is correctly, 4 arms, and we're going to squeeze it, and the last one. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying again. So I gave the 4 arms, I gave a couple of minutes drying. Of course, I get my pencil, and we're going to do for 2 of them. One will be blue, this one will be also blue, and this one will be red, and this one will be red. So we're going to place them also on the side over here, and this one on this side. Now we're going to do his body, at least the in between. So his top of his body, we are going to get 7 blocks. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but we're going to place them on this side. You see, this way. We're going to place them over here, there's 7, and we do here the same. Place it on the side, 4, 5, 6, and a number 7. And we do here the same, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7. If everything is correctly, yes it is. And we do here another one because we need 2 pieces of his body, and this is 7. So we do it very easy. Now we do it on the inside. We place it on the side, place them against each other, and do immediately against each other, then the glue is not running out too much. So this way, and number 7 is to close you up, so it's very easy. And I do it this one together with you. So of course, for everyone who doesn't like to see how it is made this way, I totally understand. Skip forward, or maybe this is not for you, because I always do it step by step. I enjoy it, and a lot of friends also enjoy it, so that's why I do it. And give your own twist on it, because this is not something you have to do. This is only an idea. And the last one, number 2, and 3, and number 4, and number 5, and number 6, and 7 is to close you up, and we're going to squeeze it together like this way. And again, make sure that you get a nice straight line, because that's what you want. Squeeze it, and make sure that you feel with your fingers that you have a nice straight line. Also over here, and we do here the same. And I'm going to wipe away the glue and give them a couple of minutes drying. So we gave it a couple of minutes. We're going to place a 1 on the side, do some glue over here, and we do this one the same. We do on the side, and we do some glue, and we're going to place it against each other this way to make 1 full top of his body. And over here, squeeze it, and make sure that you have a nice straight line. And we're going to give this also a couple of minutes, and this one will be red, and one will be blue. But of course later we're going to give it a little bit over here. I don't know if I do it in front or we will do that later, but you will see that in a moment. So we have a blue one and a red one and a blue one, and we're going to place it aside to make sure that it can dry over here. And now we're going to go for his head. We have 7 blocks again, and we do another one of 7 blocks. And this way, and we're going to do the same, very easy, in the middle again, just like we did with the body itself, of what will be his coat. And this one, and the last number 6 and number 7 is to close you up again. Place it together, and so you also have 2 faces, but you can do the face any way you like. Over here, and I'm going to place this one against here, squeeze it again, and make a straight line also over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest again. So we place the 2 faces on the side. What we're going to do, we're going to start with his head. We're going to take 4 blocks, and we're going to do 4 blocks again. And we go do very easy on the tops some glue, because this will be the underside of his head. You see already I'm stuck to myself. And this is number 2, number 3, and number 4. And again, squeeze it, squeeze, and here, and here. And we're going to wipe away the glue, because it's already a little bit too much, you see already. I have to make sure that I have a straight line, like this. And I'm going to let it dry in for a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, well, of course, this is drying. I was totally forgot. I'm going to do his head. I'm doing it in the cream color. So I do a C over here. So I know exactly what color I need to paint it. And so we can later, because it will be one big chaos, because we're going to paint everything. So right now we are going to make sure that we're going to stick this one together. So we place one on the side over here, and this one also, and we're going to glue them to each other, and over here the same, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes again. So now we give also the underside of the head, we're going to give some rest, and now we're going to do the top of the head. And these also, again, very simple. You just place again 7 blocks, but we are not going to glue them, because they have all of them have different colors. So we're going to start with one with the red, one with the white, again with the red, the white, the red, and the white, and we end with the red. This is already one top of the head. Now we get 7 blocks again, and we're going to start with blue and white, blue and white, blue and white, and we end with the blue. So it is very easy. Now we have all the pieces we need for painting, and of course I have to ensure this one will be blue, one of the on the side of the head, and the other one will be red. Again, make sure that you have an eraser with you, so you can erase it first before you're going to glue. That's always a great thing. Or maybe you see the letters under it, but this is a little bit easy because it's very chaos what we're going to paint. So now we have all the pieces. So now it is very easy. I'm going to start with red, and I'm going to paint all the pieces red where I did write a red on top. So, and that's, we're going to do the red and then the blue and the white. But of course, if you have other colors, totally fine too. But I'm going to won't bore you with every color. So I'm going to color them, and then we're going to do the next step. So it is already a lot of blue and red on my table. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do now the white, the last pieces, but I'm going to wait with the face, because we have 2 of the faces like this. So this just a 7 block like this, and I did the creamy color on top. I'm going to place them aside. I'm going to wait with this one because I want to give it also a kind of a nose. So I'm going to wait with this too, but first I'm going to do the rest in the white color. So you see already on the side are all the pieces we did color already, except for these 2 blocks, which will be the faces. what I'm going to do, I'm going to get a block, a loose block, and I'm going to get from this corner until halfway, I'm going to make a slight little line over here. I'm going to show it to you in a moment. So this is what I mean, and this is what I'm going to cut out, and this will be his nose for on top of here. I will make 2 of them and on top of here, and I'm going to do one of the blocks in half and again in half. So I get 1/4 piece of thing, and I will use it as eyebrows. So we will see how this will turn out. So you see, this is how the nose is turned out. It's just a little, I think triangle, if you call it. And we call it driehoek. So it's a much different word than you call triangle. I think triangle is a nicer word. We call it driehoek. So I'm going to get my wood glue, and I'm going to glue it a little bit higher on his face. So I'm going to get some glue, and I'm going to glue it in the middle piece of the block, because we have 7 rows and we do it in the middle one. I have here the same. Do some glue, and we're going to place it a little bit higher over here. So again, give it a little bit of pressure, and now I have my 1/4 of the block, and very easy. Of course, you don't have to do it this way, you can do it any way you like. So I'm going to go and place it a little bit sideways over here. But maybe you think, oh my, what you doing? That's not really what I like. Just go ahead and do the way you think you like. So I'm going to go give this one also a little bit on the side, and later I do with a little piece of black paint, I do the eyes. And over here, but this gives a little bit more like the wood feeling, because it is a nutcracker. So again, give it some pressure, and we're going to let this dry in before we're going to paint the whole face. So my face are drying, but I was just playing around. I did 2 blocks together. I made kind of a heart this way, and I'm going to try if I can cut it out, because it is small and my hands are not really the greatest to work with. So I'm going to try to make a kind of a mustache out of it, but we will see if this will succeed or not, so I can place them on each side, but I have no idea if it will work or not. So this was all what I could make of it, because the blocks are very small. So I'm going to give it a try. So I'm going to glue them on top, and we will see later how it will look like. I don't know, but give it a try. But it is a little bit tricky, because the blocks are very small. Normally when I use the bigger blocks, it is easier to saw them in half. But of course I have a little table where I can screw my blocks in, so it is safe. But be careful, because it's always tricky, because they are very small. So I'm going to glue them on top of here, and also on this one, and then I'm going to paint it in totally in the white creamy color. In the meantime, while the face is drying, we're going to start to build from under we're going to build the bottom, the feet, and we're going to work our way up. We have here, of course, the bottom of the red one. We have our 4 pieces, if everything is correctly, from 2, and you have 3 pieces of the white from 2. So what we're going to do, we're going to do some glue. Oh, you see already, I need to do the lid off. That's better. I'm going to do some glue. I'm going to place it aside. I'm going to take a white one. I'm going to place this one over here. We're going to do here also some glue. Very lightly place it against, of course this way is better. And I'm going to take a white one. I'm going to place this one over here. I'm going to get a red one. Do some glue over here. Place it over here, the white. And we're going to place this one over here. We're closing it up with this one, of course. I'm going to look for which is the nicest side, and now I'm going to very easy make a nice straight line. I'm going to give it some pressure, not too much, like this, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes resting. So in the meantime, while this is drying, and of course our stand is over here, we're going to get our middle piece. This is his coat, and we have our arms. Later we're going to do, if you want to, do some little beads under it, so it gives kind of a hands. But if we're going to place it this way, you see already it's not the same height if you look correctly. But what I'm going to do it very easy. Place this one on his side. I'm going to do some thin line over here. I'm going to place this one in the middle. So we get on both sides the same overlay, like this. And now we only need some glue on this one, a little bit. And we're going to place this one on top also. But again, you see already I'm doing it the wrong way because I should have done it this way. So I'm going to get my piece of old towel and I'm going to wipe away this way. And I'm going to do some glue eye with a little bit extra over here. So be careful, don't do it the way that I do. And I have to look if I am correctly. I'm even scared to place it on top of here. And now I have it the right way. Of course, give it a little bit of pressure over here and we're going to give it some time to dry. So now we're going to do it easy. We're going to make his head. So we have his middle piece of the head. We lay this aside and we have 3 loose white. And we have 4 loose white, red, not white of course. So what we're going to do very easy. Do a little bit of glue. I make sure that this time I use a little bit because or else the glue is popping out. I don't know if it is a wise decision to do a painting first and then later, but it is very difficult to make nice lines in between. So it is a choice. One has things that is not really handy and the other side also, but I chose for first painting and then glue them together. So of course now we need this one, now we need one red one, we need a white one, and we need a red one, and we need a white one, and we need a red one, and we're going to squeeze this one. Give it a little bit of pressure and make sure that we have a straight line, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest also. So here we have the piece which is on both sides and we use a middle piece of the head. We're going to turn it over, do some glue lightly over here. Make sure that you have enough on each block and place it exactly in the middle over here. And then you already have your own cute little head, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure and we're going to let this dry. So the head is drying because this head, the red and white head, we're going to use for the blue one, and the blue and white head we're going to use for this red one. So we get more like the 4th of July style. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my stand. I'm going to do some glue on the underside over here, and we're going to glue this on top of here, also in the middle. Give it a little bit of pressure and this way, and we give it also a couple of minutes drying. So now I'm going to do some glue on the trousers, at least what's supposed to be trousers, and we're going to glue now the top over here also exactly in the middle, and feel with your fingers that you have it in the middle. And we're going to let this dry in also and give it this one at least a half hour drying. In the meantime, while this piece is drying, I'm going to get the back side of my brush, and he is not too big. You see already I used it already for another color and I didn't get it on. So I get the black chalk paint and I'm going to dip it in a little bit, and I'm going to make my eyes, and I'm going to do it again. And I'm going to place it over here. I have to look for that I have it in a straight line. And this is already one. And now I'm going to do the second one. Of course, I'm going to place it over here. I'm going to give the other one also. And this is very easy to do, and you always have nice eyes from the same measurement. So this is already now, they can dry also. It's a lot of drying, gluing, drying. Now our red one is ready. Of course, we're going to use this head for the other one. So I'm going to make now the blue one, but I will do it a little bit faster because or else you get very bored. Now you see already we have both of the frames of the Nutcracker, his coat, his feet, his stand. And now we need only to use his face on top of my head. So I'm going to turn over the head and I'm going to do some glue on the top of his face. And I'm going to place it upside down and place it in the middle. And make sure that you keep it in place for a little moment. And I'm going to do the same with this one. Just turn it over. Do some glue on the top side of his head. You see, like this. And I'm going to turn also this over and place it in the middle. Like this. And we're going to let this dry in also. So now we only need to glue our head on top of our body. But of course, like I told you, I'm going to do the blue one on the red and the red on the blue. But of course, you don't have to do it the way I do. Maybe you don't even like it. It doesn't matter. I'm going to do it on this way. But choose for yourself what you like the best. And it is fitting for your decor. Because everyone has his own taste. So just do whatever you think is nice. So I'm going to place this one on top of here. Make sure I have it in the middle and I keep it in place for a little moment. And you see in a moment the quick impression.
Here I am with a lot of old blocks that were in a bag somewhere in my stash, and they were painted here and there, and I thought, why not give them a second life for a 4th of July DIY. So that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to make a 4th of July DIY with those tumbling tower blocks that I want to upcycle. I'd like to make this cross, so I just assembled how large I want it to be. Well, you can make it larger like that, or if you want to have some here, you can do that. But I think I'm happy with this scale. And yeah, I think that's how I'm going to do it. First, I want to give them a paint job because this doesn't look nice, of course. And if you are doing the same, then I suggest if you're having, really rough parts of, where is paint blisters or something, then you can just sandpaper it and, sand it, make it smoother, remove the old layers if necessary. It doesn't have to be. That's up to you. Now, determine which blocks I want to give which color. These all here will be black and white, and these one will be blue. Let's start first with blue. I have a paper cup here, and some, this is vintage paint from Action, similar to Dollar Tree here. It is just chalk paint. I'm going to pour that in a cup because I don't have a cup for this yet. Maybe 2 layers are necessary, I don't know. I'm going to paint them. These will be red. I also have blue. I also have red paint, and here is a big can of white paint. This is wall paint. This is also the same wall paint from the construction store where Jenny and I usually buy our paint. And I just think we'll be just painting away then. Blue, and these will be red and white. second paint job, and therefore I wanted to share you this tip with you. Just paint or put some tape, I've just used this tape, on your working space and fold them around here so the sticky side is on top, and then you can easier paint your small tiny light things that otherwise might just, you know, fly away. You can also use this when you're blow drying your project. And now I can apply the paint a little bit smoother than I did before. So just some small tips. Blocks are dry, paint as well. Oh, a rubble here. And it's time to assemble the cross. So that's what I'm going to do now. Just want to lay down how I had it in mind. This, and then now we see this assembled, we can start gluing away, and therefore I have the hot glue gun here. Make sure that it is pretty hot, because then you have the neatest result while gluing. Okay, the cross is complete, but here and there was a little bit glue that, you know, came out, so I'm going to repair that. Just add a little bit of paint. It especially happened here. Now you won't be able to see that coloring anymore. Let it dry. Then it's time to spice it up with some letters. Here I have small letters from some kind of letter box that I bought at Action a while ago. And I don't use them very often, but I like to make 4 July out of it and put it down here. I'm going to beeswax that because this color is a little bit too plain for me. Too pale, sorry. So I want it to look older. So just carefully put this aside because I don't want to put beeswax everywhere. I use the same brushes, by the way, every time for beeswaxing, because the bee stain is really hard to get off your stuff. Don't beeswax the back, otherwise it won't stick anymore to your project. Last part here. And then I'm going to beeswax the top, and then you can see how it looks. You see the difference? Oh, stay there, you. And we gently dab to make it go everywhere. And the corners. Here you see the difference between a beeswax and a non-beeswax letter. I'm going to keep it like this and then let it dry. However, I think it is a smart idea to glue these together because once beeswaxed, you can't glue them anymore. So I'm heating up the glue gun, putting this together, and I'm going to beeswax them as well. Here are some stars printed up on the paper. I'm not going to cut them out. I'm going to put the knife upon the stars. Well, yeah. Because then you have a cleaner cut. I'm not using the scissors this time. And especially here with these lines, I think cutting them out is a better idea. Okay, I think that's it. Carefully press it with the knife. Okay. A tiny little star. Perfect. Few more to go. There are some little stars. I also have 2 brushes and the glue here. Let me just apply small dots of glue upon those stars here. So it sticks to the bottle. Then I'm going to brush it out. And then I use a clean brush to brush out any air that might get underneath. There. Now they look like little cupcake decorations. Oh, this is just too much glue. I can't do this properly. Yeah, come here, you. Where shall we put it? Let's see, here. And carefully dab the whole thing into the right place. Just like so. I repeat it with the other stars as well.
And you see already on my table are the things we need for this new DIY inspiration. We need, of course, our tumbling tile blocks, the smaller blocks, and of course we have some paint. And I'm going to do a 4th of July DIY, so I need white, red and blue. And of course I have here my container with everything inside, like my brushes, markers, scissors, and of course my wood glue. What would we do without it? And of course my old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet, to wipe away the glue. What we're going to make, we are going to make a tray for the 4th of July. So we will see how this will turn out. So the first step, what we're going to do, we're going to get of course our 4 blocks, and again another 4. So we do this way, and we're going to do the longer side with some glue. This is 1, number 2, and number 3, and we're going to close them up with number 4. We do here the same, 1, number 2, and number 3, and we're going to closing it up with number 4. Squeeze it, press it together this way, and of course we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need over here, and we make one straight line again, and again over here. And if you want to use, like I always say, a metal hook, it's also fine too. Just do whatever you think is right. I always do it without, but you don't have to do it without. If you like the metal hook, it's totally fine. So I'm going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So I gave it a couple of minutes, and I'm going to glue the top side with some glue, place it together this way. And because you only waited a couple of minutes, you can easily fill in the gaps you have in between the two parts. So fill with your fingers and lay it apart. And now we're going to do the next step. We're going to get 2 blocks on the tops, 2 over here, 2 over here, and 2 over here. We're going to glue the top side, place it together, and we do here the top side, and of course number 3 and number 4, and we're going to squeeze it, and number 4, and we're only going to wipe away the tops, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes rest. So in the meantime, while these 4 pieces of 2 are drying, and of course this double pack of 4, we're going to do again 4 blocks in a row. We do this 5 times. So we do place this a little above. We have 2 over here, number 3, number 4, and the last, and number 5. And we're going to do the same like we did with the 2-piece. We make a package out of it, and this is 1, number 2, place it together, number 3, and the last, number 4, is the closure up. You do here the same, and number 2, place it together, number 3 and 4 is the closure up. And this is so easy to do. And for this one we just make a rows for making our flag, because the flag will be in the middle of our tray if everything is correctly. And now we're already doing the last, number 2, number 3, and number 4 is the closure up again. Squeeze it, make sure that you have it in a straight line. Over here the same, just work with your fingers. We do here also with number 3 and number 4 and number 5. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest also. You see already now we have the parts of our flag, and we're going to first paint all the pieces for the flag, and then we're going to build our tray. So I'm going to do this part in the blue color. Of course, very easy. Just get the blue you like. I have a little bit of the brighter and the brighter red. So, but take the color you need. Of course, you don't have to do the back side because the back side will be on the table. So if you want to save a little bit of the paint, you don't have to do the back side. Most of the time I do it because I think it looks a little bit nicer, but it's just my idea because you don't even see it. So I'm going to paint all the pieces, and I'm going to paint more red. I paint 1, 2, 3. I have to think, sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red and 4 pieces in the white. So I'm going to finish this off, and then we're going to build them together. See already I did the blue and the red. I only need to do now the white. Of course I use the creamy white because I like the color very much, but if you like the bright white, it's totally fine. And you can even make an if you are from another country, maybe from Canada, or maybe from maybe Spain, or maybe Puerto Rico, I don't know, but maybe you can use other colors for your flag. So you can do anything you like. So I'm going to make this one because I want to give you also some inspiration for the 4th of July. And red, white and blue are also the colors, of course, from the Netherlands. So it is a little bit coming together. So I'm going to paint this also in the white color. So you see already I painted all the pieces, and I took my wooden letters, this bag of letters. And you see already they are so thin. It's almost kind of stickers. And of course, you could, if you use the letters, I would go for this thin letters, or maybe sticker letters, because we're going to do the word USA on top of here. And of course, it is a tray, so it needs to be flat. So I'm going to do this 3 letters. I'm going to do, of course, also in the creamy white color. So again, all sides I'm going to go over, and I'm going to later glue them on top of here. But I do USA, but do whatever you think it's right. But of course, if you have another flag, you do the letters of your country. So I'm going to take this one. So I'm going to place my placemat aside so the paint can dry. I'm going to get my other placemat, and we are going to build further our frame of our tray. And what we're going to do, we are going to make 6 pieces of 2 like this. And we number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6 over here. And of course we need 2 sides, so we do again 6 pieces of 2 over here, and another one of 2, and the last. And we're going to do it very easy. We're just going to glue the longest sides. So over here, place it together, and over here. And this will be the top and the bottom of the rest of the tray frame. I call it a frame because the middle will be the flag. And this will be the sides. And then we also have the side parts, but you will see that in a moment. So this is just easy gluing 2 blocks together in the length. Oh, you see already, I'm always messing with my glue. I don't know why, but, and I have the little opening so small, but I even are ready it just to get it one big mess. So we're going to squeeze it and make a straight line. And we're going to squeeze it and make a straight line. I do all of them, but a little faster. So we did let it dry in, and now we're going to get 6 pieces on the top, and we do some glue, and we're going to place them together in one piece. Over here the tops, and over here. And number 5 and number 6 is of course the closure up. Be sure that you, when you're going to squeeze it, start from the inside out, and then at the ending wipe away the glue you don't need. And you do here the same, just some glue on the tops over here, place it together, and number 3 and number 4 and number 5. And again we're going to place it together, we're going to squeeze it from within, and then work your way to the outside, squeeze it and wipe away the glue. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes a rest. So in the meantime, while these 2 are drying, I'm going to get 9 blocks and 9 blocks over here, and we do the length also from the blocks. We do 1 and again number 2, and we just row them very simply together until 1 block. And this is very important. If you have a block which is a lot smaller or a lot bigger, just remove it and use it from another DIY, because this part needs to be as tight as you can. So if you have, like I said, a block which is not totally fitting, just move it out and just do a better one in between, and use the other block for a later DIY where you don't mind when it is a little bit crooked. So again, squeeze it from within, and then on the outside we're going to place it here, squeeze it from within, and go to the outside, and make sure that you have a nice straight line again. And you're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So I gave them a couple of minutes, and now I'm going to get my creamy color, and I'm going to make this part also in the creamy color. So very easy, just go and make it in the color you like. So I'm going to take my time for it, and then we're going to do the next step. So we have all our pieces of the tray, at least the bottom of the tray we have finished. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my USA, and I'm going to glue them first on top of here. I'm going to lay them down where I want to have them. And this way you can, like I said, you can do it any way you like. I like it this way, but you can do some stars on it. You can do anything you like. So I'm going to place it over here. I'm going to do the S in the middle. It's a little bit too much. Of course, I'm going to wipe away the glue, and I'm going to place this one over here, and I need to make it a little bit more straight. And now I'm going to do the letter A over here, and I'm going to place this one over here. So I'm going to give it some pressure, and I'm going to wipe away with my brush. I have here always a small brush over here. This, you can see it a little bit better this way. And I'm going to get my piece of kitchen towel and make it wet, and I'm going to go very carefully around the lines and make sure that you wipe away the glue, but you still see already the letter is not totally stick on top of my piece. So I'm going to go over it, and I'm going to wipe it away, very easy, and over here. So if you use too much glue like I do, don't worry, you can easily wipe it away. And now the tops. And we're going to let this dry for a couple of minutes. So now I gave it a couple of minutes, and we're going to place pieces over here because we're going to build our flag. We need the bigger ones down, so we need to go over here. This one will be over here, this one will be over here, and we're going to glue them together. And of course, then we're going to build further down this way and this way. And if you use correctly, you have already a kind of a flag. Of course, I'm going to place it aside. What I'm going to do, I'm going to glue over here. This is one. This is number 2. And number 3. And I'm going to place it down, and we're going to row them together. Very easy. And this way. And we're going to make a nice straight line, squeeze it over here this way, and we make sure that we have a nice line so everything is sticking nicely together. And you see where this one is coming out a little. So over here I'm going to get my brush because I see a little bit of glue coming out. And this time, of course, I'm not going to go over it with my towel, because that would be one big mess. And this, now we're going to do this one on the side, this one on the side, this one, and of course this one. And we do a little line of glue over here and a little bit on the underside. And we do it over here. Try do it as small as you can. And I am the one to saying it because I always make too much of the line. So I'm going to go and do my best. I'm going to place them also down over here. We're going to place this one down. And number 4. And number 5. And we're going to squeeze everything. All of them, feel with your fingers, so you have a nice line over here, because all the white pieces also need to fit later. So we're going to give it a couple of seconds dry. Of course, what you also can do, if you don't, you can already do some glue over here, and you already can stick this one on here. Everything is correctly. And now we only need to do the blue on this side, on the underside, and on this side. And then we already have our flag. We're going to squeeze it, press it together, and make sure that we have a nice straight line. And we're going to give this at least a 20 minutes rest. Now we're going to take our longer pieces, of course, over here, and the side pieces. It is very easy. We're just going to glue some glue on this side, also a little bit on the underside, and you're going to place it over here. If everything is fitting nicely, of course, we're going to try to get it as fitting as we can, because you are gluing it later. It's always more difficult than you do it in the right straight away, because if everything is glued up and with a little bit of water, it's always the wood is getting a little bit bigger. So you have to do your best, more you can do. So we're going to squeeze it. Now we're going to place this one on the side, and I'm going to try to turn this one over. Maybe this is fitting better. It's not totally fitting better. Maybe I have to look for, maybe on the underside it's fitting better. Just play a little bit with it so everything fits nicely. You see, this is a little crooked on the top, and we will see how this is going to work. It looks already a little bit better. So we're going to go for some glue on this line, and we're going to squeeze all of them over here, and we're going to place it down, and we're going to squeeze it and try to get everything nicely fitting. And now we do the underside. Of course, we still need, and I see already what my problem is. I didn't see that I had one block which is totally offline. You see already over here, he is totally not fitting. So don't make the mistake like I did, and you can already see he's totally not straight. So I didn't see it, so I have to look for where I can work my way around. So because I always show you everything, I have to show you that I did pick a wooden ladder. They are very thin, so I just cut it in size, and I just place it one over here and one over the, I use the letter H, and I'm just going to fill up the opening. And now I did some glue on my piece, and now I'm going to getting it close together this way as best as I can, and then I'm going to paint it over, because this is the best way I can do, because I didn't see that the blocks were not straight. So we are going to very easy squeeze it together until one piece, and we're going to let this dry in before we're going to do the next step. I gave it a couple of minutes. What I'm going to do, I did go to my stash and I get my bags of beads in different sizes, shapes, everything. I took out the beads with are the square ones, but you can use of course also the round ones, but I like the square ones. So what I'm going to do, very easy, do some glue on the openings over here, and I'm going to place them in. I'm going to do one on each corner. That's why I always start with, and I'm going to do here the same. And this is just your own privilege, what you like. If you don't like the corners, you don't do the corners. I'm just going to build it up the way I think it needs to be built. And I'm going to place it over here, and I'm going to do the other one, and then I'm going to build it up inside. So very easy. It's just a nice way of spending your time, just to make a kind of little displays. Of course, I'm going to place them down. I think I'm going to go for 9 on the top. So always, before you're going to glue it, place it down and look for where you want to have it before you're going to glue it, of course, because or else it's much difficult to find your way. And this way, I think this is for me more than enough on one side. I have 3, 6, I have 8. Maybe I go for a little bit, one more, because the openings are a little bit too big. I think go for this, and this over here, and this over here. So, but of course I leave it to your own privilege. I'm going to work my way, and you see in a moment what I made of it. So we have now our beads on top, and we're going to let it dry at least for an hour, because we don't want, before we're going to paint it, that everything is falling down. So I'm going to leave it an hour, and then I'm going to paint all the beads. And this is easier painting when you already glue them on top of here. So it's very easy to paint in the creamy color. I'm going to place this aside. I'm going to get my new mat, and I'm going to place 6 pieces on the tops this way, very easy. And I'm going to do this 4 times. Of course, this takes a little of your time, but I just want to show you also the parts we need, because I want to make a frame for on top and I want to make a frame for under it. So for both sides, that's why we need 4 pieces of 6. And I'm going to glue them. This will be the top and the underside of the frame, but you see that in a moment. So 4 pieces of 6, I'm going to glue them together. I do it a little faster. So I have here my 4 pieces of 6. Now we need 4 pieces of 5. We don't need totally 5. Later we're going to cut off a little piece of 1 block, but we need 5 because we need the measurement. So we do 4 pieces of 5. And again, we do the same. You just easily roll them together this way, and you're going to squeeze them. And start already a little from the inside before you do the outside and squeeze it. I do the rest a little faster again. So ready, we have our 4 pieces of 6 and our 4 pieces of 5. And if you are looking at the side, this is the top and this is fitting nicely. So this is perfect for the underside and the top. But if you look at this one, you see already, if you are measuring out, you see is a little too long. So we need to cut off a little piece over here. So we're going to make a nice line, and we're going to do for all 4 of them the same measurement. So of course I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to go to my garage and I'm going to get my jigsaw and I'm going to saw it out. But you can use your hand saw, and maybe you even have a kind of a cutter. You can also cut this kind of block. So go ahead, I'm just going to use my jigsaw. So I have here my 4 pieces I did cut off, but I was looking at the size and I thought, this is not right. This is not the size we need, because if you are looking correctly, you would place normally this on top. You would do 1 over here. And if we want to fit it in, you see already, it doesn't fit, because it's too big still. I should have done 4 pieces, 4 rows of 4 blocks and not 5 blocks. So we need to cut off, so don't make the mistakes. You need 4 pieces of 6 and you need 4 pieces of 4 blocks, not 5, 4 blocks. And from the 4, we are going to cut up a little piece over here. So then we have the right measurement. I did 1 block too much. So I'm going to saw also this part off, and then we have the right size we need to making our kind of a square. So now we have hopefully the right measurement. We're going to turn it over before we're going to paint the little beads. And you see already, we're going to paint this in 1 time when we glued everything together. So we have 4 longer piece of, like I said, 6, and this is 4 with a little piece off. So I'm going to do some glue on this one over here, and I'm going to glue this on this side. I make sure that I have it fitting nicely and squeeze it. And this way, now we're going to get this, the moment of the truth, is it if it's the right size or not. So we will see. We're going to fit this in and give it a little bit of pressure. We do here the same over here, and we're going to place this one. I do it in the opposite direction. And over here we're going to place this one over here. And now we have a longer one, and I'm going to look for if this fits the best, or maybe the other side. Sometimes if you change up the side, it works better. So always try before you glue it what side is the best. And of course you can do some extra glue. I did totally forgot it on this side. Oh, I make one big mess over here, and we're going to give it some pressure and make sure that you have it in the middle. And we're going to give this one some pressure over here, and we do here the same. And we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need. Of course, this needs to be also a little bit in. Wipe away the glue and over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So I gave it a half hour dry because I needed some coffee. So you see already, this is how it's looking like right now. And of course, if you paint it, it gives a much nicer look. So I'm going to place it over. And now I'm still debating what I'm going to do. Of course, I can glue this on top of here and then glue this on, you see already, this one on top of here. But I don't know if it is not too wobbly. I'm still debating if I am going to glue it already together before I'm going to place it on top, because I see already other YouTubers and creators already everything goes perfect, but I see already my beads are not totally, all of them have the same size, so I don't know how they do it, but I think I'm going to go for gluing my 4 pieces already together outside and then glue it on top of my tray. So I'm going to go do this one, and this one. Of course, I'm going to turn this one and I'm going to glue this already together. So very easy. I'm going to do some on the top on this one. I'm going to place it over here. I do here the same on this side and on this side, and I'm going to place it over here. Make sure I'm going to squeeze it. I'm going to squeeze it, and now I'm going to squeeze this one. Oh, you see already, I need to go on the outside over here, squeeze it, and we're going to squeeze the top here a little and here, and we're going to let this dry in for at least 10-15 minutes. So in the meantime, while my top is drying, I'm going to go over and I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to paint already the underside, so I can do that easily in the meantime. Of course, I do the underside also in the creamy color, but if you like, maybe you could choose for the blue color, then paint it and make a square just like I did on the top, and then paint it in the blue and then glue it on top of here. But before, of course, I did the same color, then it doesn't matter. So I'm going to go over it and I paint all the underside. So in the meantime, while this frame is drying, I'm going to get this frame, and I'm going to give this also a creamy color. You can do this one also maybe in the blue, the red, or any color, but I like it a little bit more in the creamy color. So I'm going to do carefully, I'm going to paint this one also cream. So in the meantime, while this too is drying, of course my backside is already almost dry. I have here a little piece of felt, and I'm going to cut little squares out of it, because I do on the corners of my tray, I will do a little piece of felt to make sure that my table is not scratching in the moment when I do the top. So I do a very little piece, and I'll do a little block over here, and then I already have 4 corners. So I'm going to do the sticker off, and I'm going to place them on the corners. Of course, a little bit more on the inside, this way. I do so all 4 of them. So I have my little felts under it, and I'm going to very easy turn over my tray. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to get my smallest brush, and I'm going to get my paint again. And now I'm going to paint all of my little balls over here, little bead balls, little beads over here. And I'm just going to go over them and make sure that they all have a nice color. So I take my time for it. I won't bore you with that. So I'm going to go all around. So we painted our little balls, and of course, little balls. I keep saying that, our beads. I keep saying that because we call them, in the Dutch, we call them this way, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to get my glue, and I'm going to do on each dot top of our little beads, I'm going to do a drop of glue, and then we're going to place our frame on top, and then I really hope that he fits nicely. But we will see how this will work out. When I see other creators do it, it works perfectly. So I am going to hope for that mine will do the same. So I'm just going to do a little bit around and this way. And then the last step we're going to do, of course, we're going to paint everything in totally. So we're going to go over it. And of course, I won't bore you with that. I will do the other sides also. Now I'm going to get my frame, and of course, I'm going to place it on top. And then I really hope that everything fits nicely. So I'm going to place it over here. And make sure that I have everything inside of the frame. And I'm going to give it some pressure. And I'm going to let it dry in. So I hope everything will fit nicely. We will see. So the last step we need to take is, of course, we need to paint off the top over here and a little bit on the sides. And then in a moment you see the quick impression, and I'm really happy how this one is turned out. You see already, it's a new day, and of course we are going to make a new DIY. We are going to need our tumbler tile blocks. These are the smaller blocks, similar like the ones from the Dollar Tree. I have here my container with everything inside, but the most important is of course the wood glue. You can use some hot glue, but be careful that it doesn't fall apart. I have here my paint. I have some creamy white color and the blue and the red color, because it will be a kind of a 4th of July. You don't have to paint it in that color. You can do anything. You also can use it for everyday decor. So, and I have here my saucer with an old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet, to wipe away the glue. And these are the main things we need for this DIY. What we're going to make, that was a little straight. What we're going to make, we are going to make some houses for the 4th of July. We will see how this one turned out. Of course, we try to make it as unique as we can. And I told you just a couple of seconds ago, I'm going to make houses, and I think I'm going to make houses, but not today. I'm going to I did change my mind. I'm going to make a church from the smaller blocks. So everyone who has the smaller blocks, I'm going to make a 4th of July church. It is different. It is strange. I know, but we are going to see how this will look at the end. So give me a chance and just watch this video and see if I succeed or not. And especially for Patricia, because he wants to see so badly a church with the smaller blocks. He already started my church with the bigger blocks. You will find it also in our playlist, the bigger church. But now I'm going to make it from the smaller blocks, and he will not be too big. It's a nice size. So, but of course, I do it for the 4th of July, but you can do it in gold color, creamy color, any color you like, so you can make it fitting for everyday decor. So enough talking, I'm going to start with the front and the back side of the first part of our church. For the first part, because we're going to do this part in 4 pieces, we're going to do this before the front, oh my, the front and the back side with 5 blocks. So very easy, just place 5 blocks. We do again 5 blocks, place it over here, and we do again 5 blocks over here, and again 5 blocks. And this is one of the front sides. What we're going to do, we're going to do some glue, and we're going to glue them and roll them together until one piece. And this is number 4, and number 5 is the closure up already. We do number 2, and I do it step by step, so everyone who is a little bit bored and doesn't like to do the step by step, I'm sorry, but this is just the way I do my DIYs. And if you think they are too long, I totally understand. You can skip forward, but if you don't like it, like I always say, just watch beautiful other beautiful creators, because they are a lot faster, and maybe it looks also a lot easier, but I do it always step by step so everyone can make it. And that's what my goal is. I like to DIY, but I also love to show everyone else to enjoy their own creation. So we have 4 pieces of 5. We're going to give this a couple of minutes drying, and then we're going to roll them also together. So in the meantime, while these 4 pieces are drying, we are going to do, of course, the back side. And it's very easy. The back side is also 5. And again, 5. And I make the church just my way. If you have a better way, it's totally fine. But I do it my way. And it's probably not the professional way, but I just do it the way I think it's supposed to be in each other. And for me, at least, the easiest way. But if you have a better way, maybe you can also leave a comment down below. But I like it to do it just out of my head and just see where it will bring me. And most of the times it does work, so we will see. And again, number 3 of this back side. And the last. And then we already have the front side and the back side. We later will get our jigsaw and we're going to make a shape inside of it. So again, squeeze it, press it together, squeeze it. And here it is important, if you have a block which is not totally the right size, just pick it out and clean it up and just leave it for another DIY. Because with this you need to have it as straight as you can. And if there is a block which is really totally off, then I would recommend just pull it out and just do one which is fitting nicely. Because I also have at least at a package a couple of blocks which are not the straight of the same measurement like the others have. So everyone has the same problem. So I'm going to give this also a couple of minutes drying. So now I have my 8 pieces of 5. I'm going to go for this one and do some glue on the underside. And be sure that you take every block with a little bit of glue. You just do here the same. And you place it over here. You do here the same, and don't wait too long because or else it is too dry. And you place this one over here and this one over here and make one piece out of it. Just squeeze it and make sure that you fill in the gaps, because if you are doing this already before it's totally dried up, you easily can fill in the gaps because you can squeeze it nicely together. You see already? And then the glue is coming out. And if one block is a little bit wobbly, just what sometimes will help, just turn it over or turn it totally over. So you just can easily work with it. So this is already one. I'm going to make from this one the same. And you also can do in front. Look already if this fitting. Yes, it's quite nicely fitting. Then you do some glue. And then you already have your front and your back, and it needs to dry because later we're going to saw the point on top of the church. And this is already one, and we're going to glue this one over here, squeeze it, and over here, and give it a little bit of pressure, and wipe away the glue you don't need. And these 2 pieces we are going to lay apart because they need a couple of hours drying before we're going to saw our point out of here, of the top of the church. So now we have the front and the back, and we're going to do now 4 blocks. Again, 4 blocks, and again 4, and this is one of the sides already. We do it again, 4, again 4, and also here 4, because from each side we need 4 pieces, 3 pieces of 4 for each side of the first part of the church, but you see that in a moment. And again, we glue the same. It will be a lot of gluing this way. And I'm going to do number 3, and number 4 is the closure up. This is 1, 2, and number 3. And again, over here. I do it as fast as I can. And this is already one of the sides. And now we're already for the second side. And number 3 and 4 and the last. And number 3 and number 4. Squeeze it together again, the same like you did with the other parts. And again over here and squeeze it. And also here is take the blocks which are fitting the best, wipe away the glue, and you see already my blocks are going out of each other, but it doesn't matter, just wipe away the glue and over here, and then easily make them in a straight line again, because wood glue is so forgiving. You can do a very long time, you still can readjust it. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So I was debating with myself how high I want to have my church, and I think I'm going to go for one higher. So I have now for this side 3 and 3, but I'm going to do 4 blocks extra on this side, and I'm going to do 4 blocks extra on this side. So first I'm going to do this side, and then I show you also the other one. So I'm going to do 1 extra. I'm going to do 4 pieces of 4. Because I want this part of the church a little bit higher, I think, or else it will be for me a little bit too low. So I'm going to do 4 here, 4 there. So I'm going to give it a couple of minutes drying. So now I have my 4 pieces of 4, and I'm going to do some glue. Of course I have to do it this way. Some glue under here. I'm going to do some glue under this one, place it over here. I'm going to do some glue on this one, and we're going to place the last, of course, over here, squeeze it, and going to give it a little bit of pressure. And this is already 1. We do a 1 over here, and we do number 2 over here, and number 3. And if they fall apart, it doesn't matter, don't worry, you can easily fill it in again. Squeeze it, make sure on the side to fill in the open gaps, and this way, and over here, and only wipe away the glue. And now we're going to let this dry also a couple of hours, but first we're going to get back the pieces we already did dry, the four pieces of 5. We're going to do also for there one extra. So we give this a couple of hours rest. And here we have our 4 pieces of 5. We already did lay down to dry for a couple of hours, but I want to have it 1 layer higher. So I'm going to get 5 blocks again, and I'm going to do 5 blocks over here. So very easy. You can change it up always along you going to go for your DIY, because sometimes you change your mind and you think, no, this is not the right way. So again, number 2 and number 3 and number 4 and number 5 is the closure up. Squeeze it together, and over here squeeze it, and give it a couple of minutes rest after you wiped away the glue. This way, in the straight line. And now we're going to give it a couple of minutes, and then we glue it on the underside, of course, here and here. So very easy. We do some glue over here and over here, and we just make it longer, and 1 over here, and again also this one is now also 5 pieces of 5. So easy to do, so you always can change your mind. So if everything is correctly, you have now 2 pieces of 5 rows of 5, and you have 2 pieces of 4 rows of 4. So then you have already the first part of your church. Now the 4 pieces of the tower of the church is drying. We're going to need the roof for that, and we're going to do very easy. We're going to do 6 blocks. We do again 6 blocks, and we do another one of 6, and the last also 6 blocks, And what we're going to do, we do very easy, the same like we did already earlier. We are doing the whole time we are going to row blocks together this way. But at the end, we hope that we all are happy and we have our church. And so you can see you can use a church for every way. What gives you a nice feeling. Of course, maybe some people don't like use the church as a 4th of July. So you can change it up any way you like. I'm just going to give you the base of the church and you can decorate it, paint it in any color you like. Of course, this one. And you can also give it as a present. Or yeah, you call it a gift, I think. Present or a gift. So, and I have the last one of the roof. And we're going to squeeze it and press it together. We do here, squeeze it, and we're going to give this, of course, also a couple of minutes drying. So we gave it a couple of minutes. We do some glue again on this side, over here, and we're going to place it against here. And you see where the blocks are in this length, so not in this way, but just this way, glue it together. And again, some glue over here. And we're going to place this one against here, squeeze it, fill in the gaps, and do here the same, squeeze it, and wipe away the glue, and also here the same. And we're going to let this dry also. And you see already, now we're going to do the side of the church, which is always a little bit longer. So I have 4 pieces of 8 blocks. And we're going to glue them also the same way like we did the others, on each other. And of course, I'm not going to do this whole row together with you, so don't worry. I'm just going to show you one part, and the rest I will do a little bit faster. And number 7 and number 8 is of course the closure up. Squeeze it, but squeeze it from within and not from the outside, because or else it will pop over if you have not as lock, at least the lock that I have. Most of the time if I press here, it will pop out. So just do it this way, just from the inside to the outside. I'm going to do the rest a little faster. So now I'm going to lay one of them on the side, do some glue over here. I do here the same on the side. And we're going to place them against each other and this way, and give them a little pressure, the same like you did with the other ones, to fill in the open gaps. It's always better to do this than you need a lot of wood filler or speckle, just how you call it, to fill it in. So we're going to give this also an hour drying at least. Now we're going to go further with the side at the ending of the church. For the ending of the church we need 5 blocks, and we need again 5 and the last of 5. So we need 3 pieces of 5 for the last ending of at least the ending of the church. So again, very easy. Roll them together, and then you already have the ending of your church, and this will be also in a point, so we can close up our roof from that part of the church, or else we don't have an hang on to where we can place our roof. So we need, of course, also on this side a piece where we can hang our roof on. So it sounds difficult, but it is not difficult, but you see it in a moment. Squeeze it and squeeze it. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest also. So I have my 3 pieces of 5. I'm going to glue one over here and one over here. And we're going to place them together again. And this can also dry for a couple of hours, because also on this part we're going to saw a point out. So make sure that you have it very tightly together and this way. And of course we're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to let this dry also again for a couple of hours, because we need to make a point in here and we don't want that it's breaking. if I am honest, it is maybe better that you leave it overnight, and then you can easily, because you already have in a moment all the parts of your church, and you can easily glue it together later. So I'm going to place this aside. Now the only thing we need is the roof for the ending of the church. We are going to do, I have to count how many blocks, so I'll be right back. And of course I make it so difficult, but it is not difficult. It is so easy. For the roof we do 4 times pieces of 8. So again, we're going to glue them together. I do one together with you, and the other one will be doing a little faster again. And number 4, and number 5, and number 6, and the last number 7, because 8 is always the closure up over here. Squeeze it from within and then to the outside. Over here. If you have a metal hook or a metal square and you like it to work with it because you can make a better straight line, go ahead. I don't use it because, yeah, I don't know, maybe I'm just a stubborn old lady. It's also possible, but I'm so used to doing it this way. But do whatever you think is right. I do the other 3 a little faster. So we have our 4 pieces of 8, but we need, of course, I counted wrong. We need 4 pieces of 9. So we do on each block, we do 1 extra. So don't make the mistake that I do. You need 4 pieces of 9 to make it really fitting, because the last part of the ending of the church, we are going to glue on the back side. So that means that we also come one of the blocks too short, and that's a really awful side. So we just glue very easy 1 extra on each side of our block. So 4 pieces of 9 for the roof for the longer side of the church. So now we're going to place them aside. We're going to do some glue from this side to this side and to this side. And that's always the great thing, that I can make the mistakes for you and you don't have to make them. So we're just going to place them over here, make a straight line, and I do here the same. Squeeze it and fill with your fingers, and here the same, fill in the gaps as much as you can. And we're going to go over it with our kitchen towel. What would we do without it? It's so easy to have laying around, and this way. And we're going to give this also at least an hour drying. And then the only thing we need to do later, before we're going to glue the church together, is of course the bottom. But I leave that for now because we do that later. First we're going to make the church together, and we're going to paint parts of it. So I have everything dried right now. What I'm going to do, because I thought I would do the bottom a little later, but I'm going to do the bottom already earlier because I was thinking I need to paint it. So I'm going to do the bottom where the church will stand on. It will be 6 blocks. See already? 6 blocks, and we do this 5 times. So very easy. 5, 6. And again. 3, 4, 5, 6, and we do again over here, and the last, and then you have all the pieces for your church. So it's very easy. If you are thinking that we only did a couple of things and we already have our own church, if you do the same, how you say it, the same, we call it volgorde, the same steps, I think that's better, the same steps that I did, then you have all the pieces you need for your church, and then you can fit it in any way you like. And this is number 2, and of course I'm going to do only this 2, the rest I will do a little faster. Don't worry, don't run away, I will do it faster. So we gave them a couple of minutes drying. Now we're going to place them on the side, and we're going to do some glue over here. We place this one on the side, and number 3. And the last number 4. And we're going to place them down. And you do this one over here. And this one. And so you get a nice bottom. So, and we go roll everything together. Squeeze it. And feel with your fingers so you have a nice plank where your church can come up to. And I think I'm going to do my bottom and my roofs. I'm going to do, my roof will be in the white color. I think the church in the blue and the bottom in the red. And then later we're going to fill it in, but I think that will be first the base colors. So I'm going to give it a couple of, at least now, I would say a couple of minutes, but an hour drying. Now I'm going to show you the parts we need. We just made the bottom. These are the parts for the tower of the church. You have the 2 longer pieces, you have the 2 smaller pieces. These were the pieces of 5. These were the pieces of 4. Then we have our roof for this too. So this is already the front of the church. And now here we have, if you have 2 pieces, this will be the roof. And of course we have 2 of this one and 1 on this one. So it's very easy. This is the back side of the church. If you have all these parts, then you are having all the church and of course the bottom which is drying over here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get from the tower, I'm going to get the biggest pieces, the 2 one, because we need to make a point in here. And for this one, we need the one with 3 high. The sides are 2 high, but the back side is 3 high. And we're going to make also a point in this one. So we're going to get the pencil and our ruler and we're going to make our point in here. I don't do it too big, too straight up. You can do it this way, you can do it this way. So I'm going to make mine from this line and this line until the middle over here. So not a too crazy point. You see, I have on all of them made a point over here, the same. And the smaller one, so you have the bigger one with 5 high and one with 3 high. So I'm going to go and do all 3 of them. I'm going to cut up with my jigsaw. So it's very sweet. You can easily do it with your hand saw because it's only little parts which you have to saw. So I'm going to do this in my garage. And you see here are the 3 pieces turned out. 2 of the same one for the tower and of course 1 of the, yeah, it's only 2.5 in the middle. So this is for the ending of the church over here. So this will be on the front, this will be on the side. So we're going to lay it apart because what we're going to do, we're going to paint, and I'm going to paint first the bottom in the creamy color and the 2 pieces of the roof. So 2 pieces of 6 blocks is the roof and 2 pieces of 9 blocks is the roof. So, and of course our bottom we just made. So this what I do in the creamy color. So now I have the bottom and the roofs in the white color. I was still thinking maybe the bottom in the red color. So I hope I make the right choice, but we will see. Of course, I'm going to make this 2 and this 2 longer pieces in the blue color. And I do the 2 shoulders and this one in the red color. So I take my time for it. So of course I do it out of camera because I think you already know how to paint your pieces. So I have everything painted, but the paint is drying so badly because it's here in the Netherlands. It's a little bit of a rainy day, so it is really yeah, it feels not really a nice nice feeling. Of course I did already my heater on, but he still is a little bit not totally dry. So I hope you have better luck, and it is for you. Wait until it is dry. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on the smallest part, and I'm going to do in the middle. Very easy, just do some glue over here on this side. And of course on the other side, I'm going to turn it over and I'm going to do some glue over here and this way. And I'm going to do with the other part, I place this one straight up. I'm going to get the other part and I'm doing here the same on the side. Do some glue over here, because we're going to glue the tower in totally. So we do some glue over here, and we're going to place it down. Also, we're going to get one of our points. We're going to do this way. We place it here, we place this one over here, and now we're going to place this one inside. And what we also can do, I was thinking I'm doing very difficult for this moment. I'm going to place one down, and of course I'm going to place one of them over here on this side. This is much easier to do. I don't know why I did so difficult. Place this one, of course, over here, and over here, place it down. Make sure that you have it in a straight line on the underside. And now we only need to do is place this on top. Also very easy to do. We feel with our fingers that we have it in a straight line, and we do it here over here. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes before we're going to press it, and we're going to wipe away the glue. So now we have our piece glued together. What I'm going to do, I'm going to place 2 blocks flat on the table. This is not standing up, but flat over here, and this one. I'm going to do some glue on the lines, because we're going to do the roof. We're going to stop here, and we're going to do over here, and we stop not totally to the underside. We turn it around, and we do again also over here. Don't do it too down, and of course over here. And what we're going to do, we're going to place it flat on the table. This way, we're going to get our 2 pieces of our roof, the smallest ones. And now we're going to do very carefully, we're going to go and we make it until here. So we have a nice fit, and we're going to keep it in place for a couple of minutes. Of course, you don't have to wait that long. So you see already the roof is glued, but of course when you do it with the saw, it's never totally even. So I have here a little piece of dowel. It's just a piece of round wood. You can buy it really anywhere. I always buy it in 2.5 meters. And I did cut off the length of the 6 blocks, and I'm going to do some glue on top of here, and I'm going to place it inside to give it a little bit more high-end look, because or else it is not totally really nice. And I paint this of course later in the white color. So I'm doing here's a little bit of wood glue on this side and on this side, and now I'm going to do on the in the middle over here. I do a little bit of hot glue, and I do a little hot glue over here, just that it stays in place already before I'm going to place my dowel inside. So this way I'm going to place it over here. Make sure that you have it in a nice spot you want to have it, and we're going to let this dry in. So you see already the roof, I did some wood glue and some hot glue to keep it in place, because it gives at the ending a better look. Right now it looks really bad. Really bad, but I also show you the things that go right and which is a little bit more difficult, because a roof is always very difficult, and unless you have something you can really do some sides on. You see here I kept the pieces which were falling off of the this kind of the, you see already, if you did cut this off, always keep the little endings which is coming off from the side. You can use them later for the top of the tower of our church. So we're going to place this array up, and now we're going to get one of the red pieces, at least my red. I'm going to place this over here. I'm going to give some glue over here, and I'm going to place this one at the ending over here, and I'm going to close it up with the ending of this one. So very easy. I'm going to close this one up. I get my wood glue. I'm doing some glue on this side of the frame, and of course on this side. And I'm going to place it against here. And I'm going to do this one the same. Over here. And I'm looking for my roof, but I don't know if my roof is a little bit too long if I want to cut it off a little piece. So this one over here. And now we're going to close it up with the ending of this one. Of course, we have to make sure that we get it fitting over here and this one over here. And then we're going to let this dry in. So the back side of my church is also drying. Now on the tower where the clocks normally are is drying. We are going to take 4 of the pieces we just cut off from the house shape. I call it a house shape. At least the pieces which are falling off from here. So we're going to look for which are fitting the best. You have this one. And maybe this one is even fitting better. And we get our hot glue of our wood glue and we're going to glue them together. Just take a little and just squeeze them. And this way. And we do here the same because we're going to use them in the top of our on the blue piece. But you see that in a moment. So of course we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest, so it can dry in. I gave them a couple of minutes. I'm going to get my brush and I'm going to get my red paint and I'm going to paint both of them in the red color. So I take my time for it. So you can do, of course, like I told you, any color you like. In the meantime, while my 2 red triangles are drying, I did look to my 2 pieces, which was supposed to be the roof, of course, of the red part. I think he is a little bit too long. Of course, I can't do 1 block is too less, but 2 is a little bit too much. So I'm going to get my ruler and of course my pencil, and I think I'm going to do a 1 block of the widest of the long block, 1 block or maybe 2. I have to look for, but choose what you like, because or else you don't even see the red color of the side of the church. And you want to see, of course, also the piece of the red. So 2 is a little bit too much. Maybe what you also could have done, maybe turn it around and then build it this way up. And then you could stop earlier with less blocks. But of course, you learn by the way when you go make your DIY. So I'm going to cut off a little piece and I'm going to paint this white again. So you see, I just cut off a little piece. Now I'm going to get my paint and I'm going to give it also the underside again some paint, and we are going to work, this will be on the top, and we're going to work this off with a piece of dowel so you don't see it anymore, because it's a little bit difficult to get it really straight. So I did my best, but of course I'm going to give it a better looks in a moment with my dowel when we're going to glue it on top. Of course we do also the sides again, because we don't want pieces which is not dry or not painted. So this way, and we're going to let this dry in. Of course I do the second one also. I painted my pieces of the roof. What I'm going to do, I'm going to try to get my church on the side this way, because we need to glue the roof, and it is a little bit hard if you do it straight up, because that doesn't work the best. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some glue on this side, on the point of the ending, and I'm going to do some glue on one of the sides of the white, and then we're going to place it very easy on top of here, this way. This is already one, and we're going to do the other one on the other side. So I get you a little bit closer, so this way, so you can see also this side. I'm not going to tell you it is easy, because it is a little bit of take your time, count to 10, be how you say, not quiet, but be relaxed, because it is sometimes it falls down, it does everything you don't want to do. So I have it over here, I have it stick on here. I'm really, in the meantime, I'm going to get my piece of dowel. I'm going to place in here, and I'm going to do some wood glue also over this one. Make sure that you have it on each side, a little of the glue, and then we're going to place it in, because it is a little bit of a task. I'm not going to lie and say everything is smoothly and perfect, and no, it is really it is a task. But at the end, we're going to hope that it will look very nice. So we're going to place this also inside over here, and we're going to let everything dry in for at least an hour. So you see already the roof is drying. I'm going to leave it in an hour. I'm going to did the two little triangles red. In one of them I want to have a cross, but of course I don't have a cross laying around. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get the wooden letter T. I hope you can see it against my sweater this way, and I'm going to cut off straight the endings. So, and I hope that they don't fly around. This is one, and I'm going to cut this one also off like this. And now I'm going to get my wood glue. I'm doing a little bit of glue at the ending. Of course it's too much, but later you can wipe it easily away. And we're going to place it over here. And we're going to do here the same. We do some glue on the tops. It is a little bit of a work, and you can also get your brush and just paint it on. But I'm going to try for this one, and I'm going to let it dry in for a couple of minutes. So I have now my little cross for on top of one of them. Now I also got the wooden letters God Bless, and I'm going to paint them in the creamy color, the same like I did the roof, to make everything matching together. That's what we want. At least I want it always to have it matching. So I have here God Bless, and of course you see it backwards, but that's just my telephone. Don't worry about it. You see later, you see the right way. So I'm going to paint all of them in my creamy color white, but you probably take real white. So I'm going to get my pencil, and I'm going to paint them very easy and quick on the tops. Very easy white. So our letters are also drying. Now we're going to get the bottom, because we're going to build it up. We're going to get some little round fills, just that we don't scratch the table. So we do one over here in each corner. We do. I ordered this one always online on AliExpress. I would say Temu. I buy them on Temu. The last period I don't buy a lot of AliExpress, because a lot of the things are a little bit better from Temu. So turn it over. Now you don't scratch anymore. What we're going to do, I'm going to do some glue on the undersides of our frame of our church, and then we're going to place it on top of here. So you see already I have it on my hand, and I'm going to do some line on the inside of the frame. So try not to do it on the outside, unless as you have to, because then it doesn't glue too much on the outside, and you don't have too much glue coming out, and that's not what we want. So we do try to do it from the inside, and of course you don't see everything, I know that, but I just wanted to try also that this DIY is a little bit harder than I thought it would be. So I'm just going to do my best, and we will see how this will turn out. I'm going to turn it over, and I'm going to place it on here. Of course I have to look for, and I'm going to let it fall down. And I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure this way, and I'm going to let this dry in for at least a half hour. So in the meantime, while this is drying on top of here, we are ready to paint, of course, the roof, the pieces we still did not paint. So I'm going to get my brush, and I'm going to get I'm going to go over it very carefully and make sure that everything is fitting nicely together. So I was not totally happy with the top of my church, and I did with some skewers. I think we call them saté prikker, but you call them skewers. I cut them on size, and I just place them next to the dowel, because it gives a little bit of a nicer look. But you don't have to do it, of course. It's just something I like. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my red, oh, you see already, my red pieces, and I'm going to glue them on top of here. And you see already with bits and pieces, we are going to get there. It is a little bit of a task. It's a little bit harder than I thought it would be. With the bigger blocks, it builds easier than with the smaller blocks. So you see already, I think he looks already very nice. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my cross. You see here our little cross. I'm going to do some glue on the back side, and I'm going to glue it in the middle over here. like this. And I'm going to look for if I like it over here better or maybe here. I don't know. I am still debating if I'm going to do it in the red or maybe over here. Oh, this is this is a challenge. Do it over here or do it over here. I think I'm going to go under it and not on top. So I'm going to do it exactly in the middle, but on the blue. I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure. And I'm going to let it dry and then I'm going to wipe away the glue. You see already, I have him over here, but you can do it on the red. You can do it anywhere. And of course, now we only need to do is the lettering. So you see already, I have the letters ready. I think I'm going to do here God and here bless. But I am still debating, but you can change it up any way you like. In the moment, you see the quick impression because this one was a little bit of a hard one. I hope you let me know in the comments down below if you're going to try it or did try it. Let me know how your experience was, because with the smaller blocks it was a little bit harder than with the bigger blocks. This is my second church, so I don't know. I am really looking forward to your opinion about it. And you see already, I told you we'll do the quick impression, but we don't. not yet. Of course, a lot of you hope, oh, does he do the ending? But I'm going to find this part nice, but I find this part a little bit too empty. I am still missing something. So for everyone who is missing also something, we are going to fill in a little piece. You will see we are going to get first 3 blocks. It's only easy and fast, don't worry. We go in a minute, we go to the quick impression, but I was really missing something. So we are going to squeeze this one and we're going to place it aside. We're going to get 5 blocks and we're going to get another 5, and this is already all we need. So we're going to do the sides over here, place it together, the sides, place it together. We do here the same, number 3 and number 4, and the last number 5. Again, we're going to squeeze it, press it together, make a straight line, and here the same. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest, and then we're going to glue it together. So we're going to glue the 5 pieces together this way. We're going to do over here, place it against each other, over here, and the last already. And we're going to fill it in, make a straight line, and again squeeze all of them in one part, so you get a nice piece for making your kind of a sign off. Of course, I took my wooden letters again and I made the word America. What I'm going to do right now, I'm going to give this a color, cream color also. And this one also in the, I think maybe the red, or maybe I do the red and this the blue. I have to debate about it, but of course I'm going to give it first a couple of minutes rest. So you see, I did the little piece where it will stand on. I did in the white. I did the sign in the blue, and I'm going to do the letters in red. And then I'm going to glue them on top of my blank over here. And then we're going to place it on our church, so then it gets a little bit more body. So of course it's very easy. I'm just going to glue this one sideways on top of here and the letters on it, and then it is finished. So you see now, right now, the quick impression you all waiting.
Here, who's ready for a new DIY with Jenga blocks? Here are the blocks that we use. These packages by Jenny and I online for just €3, and then you get 45 of these pieces. This is one. This one is 2 centimeter, or was it 1 centimeter wide and 5 centimeters long? So not that big, but not that small either. And today I'm going to build something for the 4th of July. And yeah, it will be some sort of scenery with a big star in the back. I'm still doubting how I'm going to make that star. And some sort of, yeah, tray display. I have no idea how I'm going to explain it. In the front, where you can put greenery in or something else that is festive. Totally up to you. Are you ready? Let's go. And I think I'll start off with the star first. Okay, for this part, I'm going to turn my crafting mat upside down. This is my bed part, my painting side. But there is something really cool. This here, this measurement angle thing here. I hope you can still see it through all the paint. But we're going to use these two outer lines. So this one here and this one here to create a star. And therefore we just place this here in the corner. Let them touch each other on the side edge here. And let these flat sides lay down just as wide as the two outer lines are. And then you can make a star if you make multiple of those. Now, if you're wondering how are we going to set this with the glue, I have a solution for that. I just lay this down here because I also have a glue gun. And we're going to use a tiny drop here on the top of these blocks for, some support, some quick support. And when the support is done, then I'm going to take a small brush. Oh, do I have them here? Yes. These are different brushes that I just put in one bag. Let me search for a good one. I think this, yeah, can you even see it here? It's better to see it here probably, or here. Is there something dark here? A really tiny one with a round tip. We're going to use that for the glue. I have some wood glue here, Patex. That stuff we also buy from the Action. And I'm just going to pour some glue upon the tip of this tiny brush. And then just carefully do it up here and there. Or we can just give it a try. I think I'm first going to give it a try to add glue on one side of these. And then quickly put them together. But first we have to wait until this thing is pretty hot. It says it's done. This thing, by the way, is from the Lidl, and it comes with a built-in accu, and you can just, or battery, sorry, and you can just charge it here via USB-C. I'm using this for quite a long time, I think about 2 years or something, and you have to buy specific glue sticks. This is not a ad or deal or anything, just what I like to work with. These tiny glue sticks, now and then they have them for sale, or in which you can also always buy them in our country online. Look how cute and tiny they are. The standard diameter isn't suitable for this glue gun here. And I know when it's done, when it starts to drip here. I think that's almost time right now. Yeah, it's starting to come out. Okay, fingers crossed, here we go. Okay, so I have a big piece of glue popping out. Let me see, which is the best way? I think I'm picking up this one. Quickly add a bunch of glue, and now we need to work quick by putting these two together. Now I have to hold it, and I hope this works well. That should be so cool if it worked out. I never, by the way, discovered that angle part here in this corner before. Oh, yay. Look how nice. Carefully going to lay it down, because I'm going to do some more. So just repeat, lay this one here, add some glue here on this side of the block, hold them both, let this one just slide in there. Now we have to hold for a few seconds until the glue is completely dry, hard, and then we can remove everything. Oh, it starts to drip. Go over here, otherwise there will be glue on the table and we don't want to have that. Should it be ready? I think. Put this one aside. Ooh, yeah, we have to be careful. I think it will let go if we don't watch out, and I hope that you can see what I'm doing here. Then we can start making the rest, but for now still some more blocks to go. of those pieces quickly. Ooh, spider web somehow. Turn this thing back over so you can see a little bit better what I'm doing. Carefully put these in place. And now I should be able to make a nice star out of this. Let's see how that will work out. Think about this way. Not completely. Still has to work though. I think that should be it. That is really vulnerable, so warn you for that. Use good wood glue before you're going to do this. Slightly make a little bit better. Just moving it a little bit back and forth. I think this should be it. I'm not completely happy with how it looks. Oh, yeah. Okay. A star. How are we going to put this together? I think that's simple. Just use the glue gun again. Put small dots of glue, and then we're going to grab our brush and the wood glue. So carefully. Doesn't have to be a big dot. A small dot is enough. And then we'll simply use this for the back part. Because this will be the messy side. You don't want to see this side. Oh, I shouldn't be gluing those. I already did that. Well, we can just do that for some extra security then. Okay, now let these tiny tips of glue dry. I can turn this thing off now. I always have one big dripper on my glue gun. And now there are spider webs everywhere. Okay. I'll let these things dry. Then I'm going to remove the spider webs. Oh, I think they're almost dry because the spider webs come off pretty easily. And then I'm going to grab my brush and start making the whole star complete by just gluing the edges together. Okay, now I think most of the glue is dry. Oh, I see it starts to move, you know, here it starts to move like one big thing. That is a good thing. I think I'm going to turn it over. Do this carefully. Don't want to ruin your star. Very carefully. Gently lie it down. Good. That was where I was scared for. There. Now you can work a lot neater. I'm going to take a piece of cardboard and I will put some glue upon it. Oh, this side is better, I think. However, if it don't want it to turn blue, don't know if that will happen, but it might. There we go. This thing is almost empty, so I put it upside down in my storage. And hopefully it will stay. Yeah. Now we grab our brush. And this is some sort of palette that painters will be using. At least I imagine. Just layer your brush up with a lot of glue. And then you just go in there as some sort of, yeah, in Dutch we say prots it in there. Some sort of stuff it. That's another Dutch word for the day for you today. Protsen. It's not a really neat word to say. Okay. I'm going to do the rest. It might stop dripping down, so that's why I'm turn this thing over. Just dab, put everything in the edges, and then we let the star dry. And then we have our nice side and the other side, which is facing the green. Right now, the green side of the crafting mat, that is the bad side where the glue dots are visible, and I think also big drippers, but not a big deal for us because we are working on the neat side. Anyway, you can always use, by the way, a file or something to get rid of those, how shall I say it, big drippers. Or I can also just start gluing here. It just dries up transparent, that wood glue, so that's not a big deal. Just apply how much you want. I'm the type that says better safe than sorry. So I will stuff it up with all the glue that I can take place in there. Here's some more. It's also a weak point, I think. I think this is the weakest point of the whole star. Just do it on both sides to be sure. I'm going to continue for a little bit more layers of glue and make sure that you let it dry well. You can always seal it off with some glue on top, like here and like so. Well, then let it dry for about half an hour, and then we're ready with the star. Yeah, not the paint job, but the star is done. Star is drying. Time to make the basket. I think that's what I wanted to say. Now, let's see. Carefully take out the star. Compared to the star, how big do we want the basket to be? I think this long. Or is that too long? No, I think that's fine. Okay, so 5. And then I think here will be 2. And then 5 again. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. Gluing time. Personally, I like to, let me see, how high do I want to have it? I think 3 looks nice. Yeah, 3 by 5, and then 2 here, and then 5 again on the back. What I want to say is that when I'm starting to glue, I like to do it this way. Now I'm going to smuggle a little bit because I still have a big dot of glue with a brush that I used for the star. So let me take that one back in. Normally I just pour the glue straight from the pot. Now I'm just applying it with a brush. Doesn't make a difference, but by doing this I hope not to spill any kind of glue today. I always turn them back upside and leave the first or the last ones in a row laying down flat, because I don't have to glue those, but only these here. And these things still sticks quite well. Then I'm going to let the glue dry for a couple of minutes. And personally, I think that it then, sticks better together, but I don't know if it's true, but I just have that feeling. So I'll do that. And then we just start applying everything. And today it's warm enough, I think so. Half an hour of drying time should be enough for these blocks. There we are. A little bit more in the edge. Half an hour should be enough. And then we're going to stack them. For the ones who are new here, I want to show you a trick. Just take 2 loose blocks and put a lot of pressure on the ends, and then place them here in between, so that this line is centered, and then you can just squeeze everything together like a solid thing, and then we lace to the rest so it can dry. I'm going to make exactly the same one again, and also 2 parts that have these sides for the side parts. Is this what I'm
Something could be haunted, haunted by you, haunted by you.
That was a lot of gluing and an empty glue bottle, but I have a new one, so ready to go. Now I'm taking a look at this. Oh, I should have glued. Should have glued these two. Haha, forgot that. Well, we can do that while we're talking, can't we? Now I'm starting to looking at this. I think that the back part of the basket should be higher than the front part, but I want to know how that looks, so I want to put everything together. Therefore we have to wait quite a couple of moments until this is dry. I'm just going to cheat by gluing them on here instantly, because these things here are dry. There we are. Just divide a little bit more with the brush, but you can also just wipe both of the glue parts against each other. That will help divide the glue as well. There we go. And the other one. Now, just going to line everything out. That always looks a little bit neater, and push everything together firmly. There we go. What I wanted to say is when I put this one up, and carefully do the same thing with these as well. No, not dry yet, I think. Not bad. I think that the back part here, this part here should be higher. I wanted to know how that looks if I'm doing it one higher up in the air. I think that looks cool. What we can also do is make an edge here around. Nah, I don't like that. No. I think I'm just, or put these up here like some sort of pyramid idea. That should look cool too. And then I hope that is drier now. Yeah, I can shake it. Look. And then put this one up here. Well, of course, it needs to be glued down, but you get the idea, I think. Yeah, I think that looks cool. I think I'm going to do it that way. So, a little bit more gluing then. See you soon.
Something could be haunted, haunted by you.
The frame is done. I think it looks super nice with the kind of raised level here. But of course, this DIY also needs a bottom part, so I'm going to grab another pack of Jenga blocks because this was almost, or a little bit more than one pack. I didn't count. Let's make the bottom part now.
Something could be haunted, haunted.
Just glue everything at once. Now it is time to wait because I added a lot of glue again with a brush because I want to divide it as good as possible. I just think it is time to wait for an hour or something. And yeah, in the meantime, I can clean this up a little bit because you saw the empty glue bottle dropping down. I have way too much. Yeah, you can't see it, but there's trash over there. Well, brushes we need, but not in this stadium. I'm tidying it up a little bit, and you grab another cup of tea maybe, or coffee, or whatever you like to drink. Be back soon. Okay, it is time to paint. The whole bottom of the basket is done, and also the star. Wait, yeah, this way. The star is done too. I'm going to paint everything white first, and later on I'm going to add some details. For the white paint, I'll just use, let me open up the lid, normal white paint from the construction market. Now, only have to find myself 2 brushes, one for the basket and the other one is for the star. Therefore, I need a smaller one, or maybe I'll grab a little smaller one here. This one's, I think, a little bit too big, so I'll be using this one. And then it's painting time, drawing time. And then I want to add, therefore I use 3 of these. Therefore I want to add blue and red paint so we can get a patriotic design for this DIY. Really love how cute this star turned out. Gotta show it right to you. This way. Never thought I would manage, but I actually never reminded myself that there was some angle calculator here in my crafting mat. Dripper here. I'm going to wait till this part of the stars dry because I need to do the outer part and also the back part. But the inner part and this side part are done. Not only need this side, so I'm going to turn it over when it's done. And then I think it's time to give this some more color than just white. Okay, it is painting time for the red and the white, the blue color, and therefore I want to paint as neat as possible. So yeah, I'm wondering what kind of color I should take for which position. I think I just do it this way. I'll have some painting tape that I'm going to use on the middle section. So just place it in one smooth line on the middle block, and I'm going to paint with the 2 other colors on the back and on the top. Press it slightly upon the wood so there won't be any color peeping through. Oops. Should do it this way then. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that should do. I also have a piece of old cardboard that I will be using for the blue paint that I have here. I also have some red paint, and I think I'll first start off with blue. So grab myself a brush, and now we can start painting away. You could just use 2 of these for the whole job. Big mistake. I painted the wrong section blue. I should have painted this one, but I painted the top section. I'm going to paint everything to make sure that there won't be a difference in any color. But yeah, this wasn't supposed to be happening. Oh, I feel so dumb right now. Can't even remember in which lane I gotta keep while painting. Okay, I'll let this dry. And then I hope that the red is strong enough to cover the blue color. Let me just do this edge just for the safety. Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm going to do the same steps, but then with the red paint. Fingers crossed that you won't see it. better safe than sorry. I'm going to just tape off the inside edges too, just to be sure that there won't be any paint coming in here, because I don't want that to happen. Just cover up the inside part. And the trickiest thing is to do the corners. Okay, now I'm going to grab a brush again. Okay, try to press it as good as I could on the inside parts. I'm going to do the rest of the edge in red. Not blue, just red. Well, so far so good. The tape worked for the inside part. This still has to dry, but I have a good hope that on this side, oh, there's a slightly white pickle here. I have good hopes that everything will turn out great. I'm very curious what's going to happen if I'm going to remove the tape. Shall I try slight part? Just a tiny little bit. Yep, that's going to work. Good. I like a really nice, strong line. Wait until the blue is done, and then I'm going to redo the same spot with the red one, the right color that we're going to use. Okay, the moment of truth. I redid this part. Now everything has the right color, and I'm quickly going to remove the tape. Hope that everything looks as good as I thought it would look. You can see it better than I can. Okay, well, now we have a patriotic colors on our DIY. And I'm going to wash my hands because they also have patriotic colors. The basket is done. I fixed the colors. I think it looks really nice. Now it is time to attach the star here upon this thing. Therefore, I have my glue gun at the ready. I also have some extra wood glue. I don't know if only the glue gun is enough or that we need extra, throwing capacity from the wood glue. Therefore, I will take a brush again. First, let me see how it ends up with this. I think I'm just going to glue these edges here because they touch the wood over there. At precise, yeah, you can't see because these parts are painted, but here are two lines in between two blocks and they precisely touch there. So actually I know where to glue, then I should be able to just apply some wood glue over here. I think the wood glue weight is much better than for such a heavy object than using only the glue gun. So we'll see how this turns out. Just add some extra over here, just to be sure. Okay, now carefully let it rest into the right place. Now first, I think this looks awesome. First going to turn this thing off. Let this set in for I think half an hour, maybe a little bit longer. Oh, it starts dripping. Oh, and also glued it the wrong way. Whoops! This is the back part. My fault. Yeah, let me carefully move this thing around. Good. I think this is it. Super nice. think it looks really cute. And I think it's also strong. I'm going to grab a brush or a piece of tissue paper. Just wipe away any glue that might drip here. Just have to watch and see what's going to happen. Okay, time to finish the DIY off. I have these really cute wooden letters forming USA. And I want to attach them not with glue, but with these things. These are glue pads. You can also use them to hang up posters or anything like that. And I think they will also work fine on these. You gotta warm it up between your hands, so that's what I already did. Just rolling it back and forth. And now I'm going to put the letters with the backwards part up. And I'll start with the S, because I want to start with the center. And just rolling as some sort of sausage. That will hopefully be small enough to hide behind the wood. Doesn't have to be completely supporting the letter, but at least a certain part. And then just put it here in the center. And we continue with the U. And the A, just the same way. And if you're wondering why I'm rolling, that helps keeping the thing warm. So just two tiny sausages here. Maybe we start, no, that won't go well. Try to do even parts, but that's harder than it looks. Here, oh, they're really sticky right now. They stick everywhere, including to my fingers. But it's really, you can see it, it's solid as a rock. Okay, now one big sausage to go. Especially easy to form behind organic shaped objects. There we are, I think. USA.
I have my things on my table, so it is time for a new DIY. We are going to get, of course, our tumbling tile blocks, the smaller blocks. We have some paint, and I'm going to do one of the last DIYs for, of course, the 4th of July, because I'm a Christmas channel and I'm going to slowly go into the Christmas season. I know it's early for a lot of people. Then I will do one Christmas DIY, but you also can use it for your everyday decor. So don't worry, everyone who doesn't like Christmas, you still are here at the right place, because you can change it up any way you like. Of course, I have my white, red and blue, and of course my container with everything I need, my wood glue. You can use some hot glue, but be careful, like I always say, that it doesn't fall apart. My brushes, markers, scissors, everything I need. And for this DIY, I use a silhouette of a t-shirt. So we are going to see what we're going to do with that. We are going to make, of course, a little bit of a unique stand. So we'll see how this will turn out. So I'm going to first start the first side of the t-shirt, and then I'm going to do the back side, because we're going to make two. We're going to start with 6 blocks. So this way, and we're going to roll them together, very easy, on the longest side. And number 4, and number 5, and number 6 is of course the closure. We're going to squeeze it, and we're going to get another one of 6, and another one of 6. Oh, it's already a little bit too much. 4, 5, 6. I was counting wrong. I'm so sorry. This is already 1, number 2, 3, 4 and number 5. And the last, because I try to use as less blocks as I can, because no one is wanted to use too many blocks and then later when you cut it out you throw pieces away. That's not what we want. We want to do it as, yeah, and now I don't know how you call it. Here we call it efficient. I don't know how you call it in English. Efficient. I think it looks almost the same, but I'm probably totally wrong. But don't mind me with my English. So you see already 3 pieces of 6 for the first front side. And we're going to give this a couple of minutes drying. So we gave it a couple of minutes. We're going to place them on the side. We do on the top side, we are going to do some glue. We do the same over here and here. And then we're going to place them together. So if we do it within a couple of minutes, then we can easily work away our open gaps, because we don't like open gaps. So we have to make sure that we have a nice straight line over here, especially the side, because there is still a piece coming on the top for the top side of the shirt. So make sure that you have one side at least totally straight. Go over it like this, and then we're going to place this aside and let it dry in, and we're going to do the top side of the shirt. So now I have the top part of the front side of the shirt on the table. This is 8 pieces. This is 8, this is 8, and this is 8. So you need 4 pieces of 8. So we're going to do the same like we did with the other one. We're just going to roll them together on the longest side, because the top side of the shirt is always a little bit wider than the underside. And why should we use too many blocks if we don't have to? I don't know if it is a good idea, but we will see, see that in a moment, if it was a wise decision or not. So again, we're going to do number 2 already. And then I'm going to do the other 2 a little bit faster, because or else it takes much too long of your time. So we're going to place one on the side, the second and the third on the side, and we do the top side again with some glue over here. And we also do this again in a couple of minutes. We just leave it now, maybe 5 minutes, and then try to place them carefully on the side, place them down, and even when they break, it doesn't matter, just place it together again. Mine breaks all the time, so it doesn't matter. You just fill it in. And this way, and over here, and just make a nice long blank out of it. So again, make sure that you have one side really straight, because the other part needs to glue on the underside over here in the middle. So make sure that one of the sides is even straight. Again, squeeze it, and we're going to wipe away the glue. And this way. And now we're going to get the other parts we already made. We're going to place this up, and we're going to place this exactly in the middle and make one piece out of it. And this needs to dry in for a couple of hours before we can get our jigsaw and just saw it out. So again, I'm going to squeeze it this way, and we're going to wipe away the glue. And now we already have one front of our t-shirt is already finished, and I'm going to make the second one now. So we're going to do the second part much faster. I'm going to get my 3 pieces of 6. I'm going to glue them together until one piece. So we made our 3 pieces of 6, they are drying over here already. We have now our 4 pieces of 8, the same like we did with the front side. Of course, I do this also faster. So now now we have our 2 pieces again, and we do the same over here. We look which one is the straightest, and this one is very straight. This one I think is even more smoother, so what we're going to go for this side. And we're going to go some glue, and we're going to place it exactly in the middle, the same like we did with the front side of the shirt. So again, squeezes, and we're going to give this also a couple of hours drying. But in the meantime, we're going to make the stand. So before we're going to make the stand of our shirt, we're going to first cut out our shirt in totally. And then I'm going to look for if I need the whole length over here, or maybe I do it a little shorter. So we will see, but first I'm going to cut the silhouette out. Of course, in this shirt they also give you the neckline, but I'm going to do the neckline normally would go over here because this is the front side. I'm going to cut out the whole piece, this one, but you can do anything you like. Maybe you can do longer sleeves, and you can even make it this way. You can go as crazy as you like. I'm just going to give you the base, so I'm going to do the neckline just very simple. I'm just going to cut out this opening. So you see, this is my opening. So now I have my shirt. The length of my shirt from the top until here is, of course, in centimeters it is 25.5 centimeters. In inches it is, I have to look for, it is 10 inches long. And of course in centimeters 25.5. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to turn it over. I'm going to get my ruler. I'm going to get my pencil. And I'm going to get my ruler on top of here, and I could do the widest of my ruler. I'm going to cut off because for me he's a little bit too long. So I'm going to go for this size over here, and I'm going to cut this also off, of course, because I don't want to have it too long. I think the shape is not really nice if you have it too long, because we want to make kind of an organizer, a planter. You can use it for more purposes. So I'm going to go for this size. So now it's a little bit more kind like a shirt. What I'm going to do, because I'm going to make the stand where he can stand on over here, I have to decide how much space I need in between both of the shirts, the back side and the front side. So I'm going to, maybe I'm going to go for, maybe 3 blocks wide, so you can still do some planters inside, or maybe some, if you use it in a kitchen, you can place some cupcakes on top of here later. I'm going to make it for the 4th of July, but you can make it with some cupcakes on front. You can maybe some lemons, and you can do some lemon branches inside. You can go as crazy as you like. So I'm going to go for 3 wide. So I'm going to go for this. So we will have to look for if it looks nice. So I have to debate. So I measured out if I keep this length of my shirt. Of course, I'm going to need 6 blocks for the bottom. And I'm not going to place them this way. I'm going to place them this way. So I'm going to go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This will be the bottom, which will be in between of the both of the shirt sides. And then I hope I measured right. But that's the greatest. I can make the mistake. You easily can just make it, because I already did the mistakes for you. And for everyone who is looking at me and thinks, why does he doesn't use a metal square or hook? Because I have one, but I never use it. But be free, if you like to use it, it's totally fine. Dyanne also has one, but also is not using it. 3, 4, 5 and 6. We need 2 pieces of 6. So you have 1 of 7 and 2 of 6. Again, we're going to glue them together, and then we're going to let them dry in a couple of minutes. I think a little bit more than 5. I would go for 15 to be sure that everything is sticking nicely before we're going to make the middle piece. And number 4 and number 5, the last. And again, squeeze it this way, And this is great about this one. And you can also use this shirt for the Christmas. Make something for a snowman on the front of your shirt. Over here, just make a snowman over here. And you can use it for the Christmas season. So this is versatile. You can use it for any season. So I'm going to wipe away the glue over here also. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest, of at least a couple of minutes. We're going to lay it apart. And then we're going to go and saw our shirt out. So now we're going to do our bottom and our in-betweens on the side and let it dry. We're going to get our shirt, at least with supposed to be a shirt. We're going to get our shirt itself. And we're going to find a way to make the best out of our shirt. So we're going to go for this. We have to go a little over here. And I'm going to get my pencil, very easy. And I'm just take my time and just go over it where I want to use my jigsaw and saw it out. So I take my time for both of the pieces. So you see already I did both of them. I did the print of my shirt on it, but I'm debating if I do the back side maybe straight over here and only the front this way, because normally with a t-shirt you also have on the back side is a little bit higher. So I don't know if I want to use it, that you can use it both ways, or maybe I'm going to go for this side. I'm really still, I don't know. But you can choose, of course, for your own. But you will see in a moment if I leave it on or if I did cut it out. And here you see our two t-shirts. And of course, I did my best. Probably there are people who can do it much better, but I show you the real, the real world, because it's not always is perfect. You see here, I did cut off a little piece, but with the paint, we will work this away. So what we're going to do, we are going to place this to a side. And of course, we have already the in-betweens, the bottom and the in-betweens we place aside for painting already, but we need a stand. What we're going to do, we're going to make, of course, always an easy stand. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11 blocks this way. And of course, again, another one, 11 blocks. And then we already almost have the first part of our stand where he can easily stand on, because I want to have it that it is fitting really steady, because we don't want, if you do it something heavy inside, that it falls apart. So we go for this piece. We're going to roll both of them together, and so we get a steady under piece for our t-shirt over here. And the last and number 11, of course I will do this one a little faster. So we're going to place one, and you see already this one is already loose, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to place it together. We do some glue on the top side, and that's what I told you. It's not always going, everything is perfect, but you can easily place it together again. Make sure that you have a nice straight line. Make everything fitting until one piece. Be sure and squeeze it. And now you can easily glue everything together. And there's no, I always say there's no reason for panic, because there is no wood. Glue is always very forgiving. You can easily place it again. And now we're going to let this dry. What we're going to do, we're going to do 4 pieces over here, and this is 4, and double up with 2, and we're going to do the tops, because we need a little bit of a high-end look on the underside. We don't want that it's only just a blank, so we want to give it a little bit of a nicer look on the bottom. Place this one together. We do the tops over here, and place this one. And number 4, and this is number 2. So we need 2 pieces of 4 and 2 pieces of 2. So how easy do you want to have it? And it gives, in a moment you see, it gives a nice high-end look. But everyone who is here already for a long time, I don't tell nothing new, because they already know how to make everything. So, and we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So I was measuring out my bottom, but I don't need 11 blocks, I need 12. So I'm going to do very easy, 1 block extra on the side, do some glue on the side, on the top, place it over here, and we do here, and we only do 1 glue on the side, and you already have the 12 pieces you need. Squeeze it, and this is fitting much better on the underside we just made. So, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest again. So in the meantime, we're going to make our frame. It's very easy. I'm doing some glue over here and a little over here. I'm going to place it this way. Make sure that you squeeze it. We're going to squeeze this one over here. And now we only need, because you see already he's fitting nicely in here, we do some glue on this side and on the inside. And if you place it then in each other, everything is fitting nicely. And now we only need to work a little bit with it, so give it a nice look. So take your time for it to make it very nice fitting. Because I always say, if you do it a little bit slower, the ending always looks a little better than you do it in a rush. So we're going to let this dry in. So what we're going to do now some glue on the lining on the inside. So a little glue over here, and we go over here and over here. Of course, I just look like a drunken sailor with my glue. I am going to place this one on top, of course, in the middle, and you see now we get a nice high-end look for our t-shirt. So we're going to give this a couple of minutes rest, and then we're going to paint all the pieces. So if everything is correctly, you have 2 of your t-shirts, you have 1 bottom to place it on, you have 2 pieces of 6 and 1 of 7 to place the inside. What we're going to do, because I do my t-shirt in the blue color, I'm going to make already the in-betweens already inside. Do you want to have a different color? Then I recommend first paint it and then glue it together. But first I'm going to place this aside over here, and I'm going to place my t-shirt over here. I have one of it. I'm going to look for which one I want to have on the outside. I have to look. This one is fitting very nicely, so I'm going to place this one down, this one over here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get the piece of 7. No. This is throwing for beginners, but you see, I'm going to do some glue over here. I'm going to place it on the underside. Very easy. Make sure, feel with your fingers. And if everything is correctly, it fits perfectly. So we're going to place this one on top. So we don't do it this way, and we just place it this way. So you do some glue over here on this side and on the underside, because we want to have it. I place this one over here. I'm going to do it this way. Place this one over here. Make sure that you are having it fitting nicely. And we do here the same. Some on the underside and on this side. And we place it over here. And we make sure that we get it in a straight line as best as we can. And if it sticks, then try to let it come in a little bit more, because you don't want that the middle piece is coming out. So feel with your fingers, make sure that you have it this way and over here this way. Give it a little moment of rest, and then press on top of it. So you be sure that everything sticks together. We give it a couple of minutes, then we do some glue over here and we place the other one on top. You see already I'm a little bit playing with some loose blocks, because if you're going to leave this out and you place this on top, then you have a really big opening if you want to have some greenery or maybe other things in between. I'm not sure if I'm going to place this block, so you can also place some greenery stick from the top out and a little bit on the side. So I'm really debating if I'm going to do this and this, or if I leave it open, because now you can stick something on the sides, you can stick something on the top, because if you close it, you see already over here, then you get, I hope I can show it to you a little better, see, and or else you get a really big opening, and now you can choose if you want to have it really open or not open. So I'm not really sure what I'm going to do, but or maybe I can also do one, that I do only one over here and one over here. That's also an option, that I can do stick it this way, but I also can do it on this side. Maybe I do one. So I'm going to get my wood glue. I'm just do one of them, and I'm going to place it over here. And I'm going to do here the same. Do some glue, and I'm going to place them over here. Make sure that you are in the inside of the other side. See, you see already they are a little bit on the inside. I didn't place them out, but on the inside. So I'm going to give this also a couple of minutes drying, and then I'm going to do some glue here, here and here, and then I'm going to place my top over here. So now I'm going to do some glue over here, a little, over here, and we do over here, and over here, and we're going to wipe it out a little bit to the inside. So you see, this way you can easily do it with the top of your glue, so not everything is coming on the outside. So you see, very easy, but you want to that it sticks. So now it's easy. We're going to place it this way so I can see it a little better from the back side, and I'm going to place it on top. I'm going to let it fall down, and I'm going to give it some pressure. I'm going to do some paint can on top to be sure that everything is sticking nicely. So you see, I have already a little while my paint can on top, and of course I have my bottom. If everything is correctly, you have the same pieces. What I'm going to do, I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to do my shirt in the blue color. This is why I did glued it together already. And I am going to do the underside. I'm going to do, I think, in white or red. So I'm still debating. So, but we're going to paint right now. So I chose for the bottom a red. I did some letters, my wooden letters, you know them already a long time, but you can use some sticker letters. You can use some, maybe some Scrabble letters. You can use any letters. I'm going to use the word USA, and I'm going to use a wooden heart. You can also make a heart from a piece of cardboard, so you don't have to use, I was lucky that I found these pieces. So, but I'm going to paint two of them in the red color, also this in the red color, and the letters I will do in the white color. And of course the shirt in the blue, you already know. So I'm going to paint, and I'll do it a little faster. So I have all my pieces painted, the red, the blue, and of course the hearts, and of course the letters. I'm going to glue them on the front, and I'm going to glue my t-shirt on top of here, and then he is finished. But you see in a moment the quick impression. On the table are the things we need, of course, our tumbler towel blocks, and of course this size is similar like the ones from the Dollar Tree, only in my package I only have 54, and you have lots more in one package. So if you want to have always enough for my DIYs, I always recommend give 4 until 5 packets in your home, and you'll always have enough, because I make my DIYs along the way, so I don't never know how much I need. But if you have 4 until 5, you have enough. I have here my container with everything inside, brushes, markers, and of course the most important thing is of course my wood glue from Pateks. But of course you can use some hot glue, but be careful that it doesn't break off. I have now some paint, blue and red, and of course I need the white. I didn't place it here, but we need of course some white. I have an old piece of kitchen towel which is wet to wipe away the glue. So these are the most things we need for this DIY. We are going to make firecrackers for the 4th of July, but of course with a twist like always. And why I do already the 4th of July, it's a little bit early for some people, but on this Christmas channel I always do a lot of Christmas DIY. So around June, July we are going to go slightly over to the Christmas DIYs already. So I always start a little bit early with other seasonal DIY. So I hope you take out your tumbling tower blocks too. This DIY will be a little bit of building and a little bit of painting every time, because we have to paint in colors. And it's always difficult to do it in colors if you have built everything already together. So it will be a little bit of a mix-up. We're going to start with 4 blocks and we're going to make a very easy square. So we do some glue and we place this one on this side. A lot of you who are here already for a long time know already how to make this square. It is so easy to do. And the 4th always will be a little on this side and a little on the top, and then you can easily place this one in between and you make a nice cute little square. You fill it in a little bit inside this, a little out, and then give it some pressure. Now we're going to get 4 pieces of 2 first, and we're going to build the tops, and this is 1. We do again on the tops. And we build this one, we do it over here, and we make number 3, and now number 4. Very easy, place them together, give it a little bit of pressure, and we do here the same. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes, and of course we're going to wipe away the glue we don't need, because or else we get one big mess. Especially I make one big mess because I always make a mess of my glue. So I leave it a little couple of minutes, then I wipe away the glue, because if I do it right now he's probably going outside. So I'm going to give this a couple of minutes rest. In the meantime, while this is drying, we are going to get 3 blocks. We're going to do the longest side. This is 1 and number 2, and we're going to place this together. We're going to get 6 blocks. This is 4, 5 and 6, and we do another one of 6. 4, 5, 6, and we do again the longest side, and so it can dry also in the meantime while the rest is also drying. I place the blocks immediately against each other so the glue is not running out too much. This is the last already, number 3, 4, and number 5 and number 6 is of course the closure up. Squeeze it, make sure that everything stays down, and we do here the same. Squeeze it, and we're going to give it some pressure, and again place everything down. Get your piece of kitchen towel and wipe away the glue. We do it over here and this one. And then afterwards, always look for if everything is glued nicely in a straight line, because later when it's drying, it's harder to get out. So we're going to give this also a couple of minutes. So I waited a couple of minutes. I'm going to take the 2 of the 6 block. I'm doing some glue on the side, and be careful because he's still not totally dry. And we're going to place them together to make one big plank out of it. So squeeze it, and so you can very easy work away the gaps. Again, place it aside. This one we can place aside. We're going to get the pieces of 4. We're going to place them down, and we're going to do the same like we did with the smaller square. We do some piece on the top. We're going to place it over here. Give it some pressure. We do it over here, do some on the top. We place this one on the inside, you did this one on the outside, and you do this on the inside. And again, squeeze it. And now we do the last will be on the tops. And on the front over here, very easy, and you can easily place it in between and over here, and we give it a little bit of pressure, and over here some pressure, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes to that the glue is sucking in a little bit into the wood, and then we can work away the glue away. So now we're going to go for our first time painting already. You see already, this is the bigger size firecracker and this is the smaller size. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do this one in red and this one in blue. I will do this one in blue and this one in red. So this is very easy. I'm just going to get my paint, and I use a little bit of the lighter red, but you can choose any color you like. So it's very easy. Just go over it and make sure that you have a nice color, the color you like. Don't do what other people like, do what you like. So I'm going to do it, and I do it a little bit faster because this will take much too long for you. In the meantime, while our paint is drying, we have the bottoms of our nutcracker in two sizes. We're going to go further with the smaller one. We're going to do 3 blocks. We're going to do again 3 blocks and another one of 3. And we're going to glue the sides together. Very easy. And the longest one, place them together. This is already 1. And this will be in number 2 already, and number 3. And we're going to give them a little bit of squeezing, and over here, and over here, and we're going to give them a couple of minutes drying. Now we're going to make the in-betweens this for the firecracker. This will be the flat pieces in between. I make it very difficult. Don't worry. Don't worry. Just make 3 of 3. We are going to do 12 pieces of 2. So very easy. You just have already 12 pieces of 2 we're going to glue together. This is number 4. This is set number 2. Of course, also 4 pieces of 2. And we're going to make here also 2. And in totally you have 12 pieces of 2. So very easy. Just do the longer side. I make it unnecessary difficult for you because it's so easy to do. You just make 12 sets of 2. So in total will be 24 blocks. And again, squeeze them over here, place them together. And this, we use this later because we're going to make squares for the smallest nutcracker. Nutcracker. Why do I say nutcracker? It is, it is of course a firecracker. It is a little bit in the line, but it's totally different. I'm so sorry. Don't mind this Dutch old lady, because for me nutcracker, nutcracker, firecracker is all the same. I just made, I think it is coming because I already make an 4th of July nutcracker on our Decor Easy channel. So I think I'm a little bit confused by that. So we're going to squeeze it, squeeze, and make sure that everything sticks nicely together. And this way. So if you want to see also how Uncle Sam the Nutcracker is made, go over to our Decor Easy channel. You will find the links always down below in our description box. So, and for everyone who loves to be a member of both of our channels, there you find also extra printables to make your own cute little signs for the season. So if you want, then it's only $1.99, so it is very cheap. You don't have to do it. I just say it because maybe you like to make your own cute little signs for on your tea tray, and you will find them there. in our membership button. So I'm going to give this a couple of minutes rest. So I gave the 12 pieces of 2 a little bit of drying. I'm now going to do some glue on the side. I'm going to place this one over here. I'm going to do some glue on this side, on the longest one. And we're going to place it on the inside. This is on the outside and this will be on the inside. And now I'm going to do some glue on the outside over here and a little bit on the inside. So he easily can squeeze in over here and we can make a nice cute little square. Just give it a little bit of pressure, not too much. And just work your way with it until you have the shape you like and place it aside. Later you do the glue. Don't worry about the glue which is coming out. You do again one on the outside this way. You take some glue on this one. You place this one on the inside again. And you do this one on the outside and a little on the inside. And you just turn it over and you're just going to place it in over here. And again, you're going to give it a little bit of pressure, not too much, because everything is not totally dry. If it falls apart, don't worry, just build it again, because it glues very easy because it is wood glue. So don't worry about it. And now we're going to do the last. And we still are going to be busy with the smaller Nutcracker. Oh my, this video is going to be the Nutcracker, which is supposed to be the the Firecracker. Of course, we're going to do this one, but a lot of you already know me for a long time, so they don't mind already. So we're going to place this against each other. So we're going to give here also some pressure and here, and we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest, and then we're going to wipe away the glue. So I was telling you a lot of things, but the camera just fell out. So I'm going to take my 3 pieces of 3 and I'm going to give them a blue color of paint. But of course you can go for any color you like, but I go for the blue for this smaller Firecracker. So again, I'm going to do both of the sides of these pieces of 3, because this is a little bit of the underside and you see a little on the top side. So I'm going to go for both sides. So I'm going to color them blue this, and I'm going to do this 3 little boxes I'm going to do in the red color, but of course I'm going to do it a little bit faster. So the pieces for the smaller Firecracker are already dried, at least almost dried. What I'm going to do, of course, you have the first one of 3, and of course this one I didn't do on the underside because it will be glued on top. We have the smaller little square. So what we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on the ending over here, and over here. And we're going to place it very easy in the middle of our square. Give it a little bit of pressure, and we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So in the meantime, while this little bottom is drying, I'm going to get the 3 pieces we also made blue. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get one of them. I'm going to drill a little hole inside because I need to have, we call it here a lont. And you call it fuse, if I am correctly. I don't know if I'm right or not, but I use a little bit of a thicker piece of a rope, but you can use maybe some metal wire to give the top of your Firecracker. But I'm going to drill a little hole, and I'm going to do some twine over here. See, I have a little hole inside over here, and I have my twine, and this is the twine I'm going to use, but you can use any twine you like. Of course, I'm going to try to get it through the opening over here, and I'm going to just leave it hanging out. I'm going to cut off a little piece. Of course, it's much too long, but it doesn't matter. I'm just going to cut it off, and I'm going to do a knot is it, I think, over here. make sure that you have it this way. I'm going to cut off a little piece. And this way I'm going to pull it back, and of course what I'm going to do a little bit of glue over here around, and I'm just going to glue it on top of here so to be sure that he does not fall inside of the little container. So I'm just going to get a little bit of the hot glue, and I'm just going to do a little bit around the opening, just like this, and I'm going to squeeze it down and make sure that we have it glued on top of here. I'm going to press it down this way. So now I'm sure, and I'm going to cut off a little piece of the ending because it's a little bit too thick. Over here and over here, like this. So again, I'm going to place this aside. Now I already have this one ready for in a moment. I'm going to wipe away this because it's already one big mess on my table. So we're going to do the next step. We're going to get our bottom again. We're going to get one of our blocks we made. Of course, we do some wood glue on the inside, not on the outside, on the inside, to be sure that it doesn't run out too much. I'm going to place it on top of here and give it a little bit of pressure over here. Very easy. I'm going to place it aside. I'm going to get one of the blue blocks. Again, I'm going to do some glue on the inside over here. I'm going to place this one also on top of here and make sure that we give it also some pressure. This way, and we do here of course the same. We do some on the inside, and we're going to let this dry in for a little moment. Now we did some glue on this one and let it dry in, and we're going to do on this one the same. This will be the top of where our face, at least we call it, like I said, lont. So I'm going to place this one on top over here, make sure that we have it inside, and we're going to give it the top, and we're going to give it some pressure again over here, make sure that we have it in the middle, and we squeeze it, and we're going to let this dry in also. Now we have this one and still some glue on top. We have one ankle and we have already this one. Now we're going to get the other one. We're going to do some glue, and we're going to glue this one, and we're going to place this one also in the middle and squeeze it. And let it dry in. So now I'm going to do easy. I'm going to turn this one over, put it upside down, and I'm going to turn this one over and this way, and we're going to place it over here so we can really look very nicely where we're going to place our, in the middle, our little square. And again, we're going to squeeze it and let it dry in for a little moment. So now we already have this piece, and we're going to do some glue on the inside also of this one, and going to let it dry in for a little moment because then it glues better on top of here. So we did it, let it dry in for a little moment. Of course, we also want to be sure that this one is in the middle, so we're going to turn this over. We keep it in our hands, and we're just going to place it upside down, and we're going to place it over here. Be careful, I have to look for that I have it in a straight line, this way, and I'm going to give it a little bit of pressure, and then I'm going to turn it over again. But I want to be sure that I have it exactly in the middle, so I'm going to do this way, and I'm going to turn it over, and now I'm going to give some pressure from above. And And we already have the base of our first firecracker. What I'm going to do, I'm going to get my bag of letters. I'm sorry, I don't want to make the noise. You see already I have one bag full of wooden letters. So I'm going to look for the word USA and I'm going to paint them in the white creamy color. So I have 4 times the letters USA, of course, for each side of my firecracker. I'm just going to give it a light touch of the creamy color this way. Of course also the sides, but of course the back side you don't have to do because you glue it against the firecrackers. But if you want to paint it in totally, it's also fine. So I'm going to paint all of the letters and then we're going to glue them to the firecracker. So I painted my letters and I'm going to do very easy some glue on the back side, a very small line over here, a little bit, not too much, a little bit of glue, and I'm going to place them on the top because I'm start on the top and place them in the middle. I show it to you in a moment. Of course I have to be sure that I have it in the middle, and this is already a 1. You see, this is already the U. Now I'm going to do the S and the A and I'm going to do it on each side, but of course I'm going to do it a little bit faster. So I glued all the letters on top of our firecracker and of course I'm going to give this now some rest to dry. We are going to go further with the bigger size. So for the bigger size we already have the square, the open square, and of course the closed square. What we're going to do, we are going to do very easy, do some glue on the inside of this frame and very carefully go over it, and we go around here and around here. And we're going to place our square on top of here. Make sure that you have it in the middle. Of course, look on all sides that you have it in the middle and give it some pressure. And of course, we're going to let this dry in. And now we're going to do the next step of the bigger size. For the bigger size, I would already say Nutcracker, Firecracker. I have 6 blocks and I have again 6 blocks, and we're going to glue them together. So on the longest side, very easy, and number 2, and just roll them very easy together. And the number 6 is the closure up again. And we're going to do for the second set of 6. And now we're going to squeeze them. Make sure that we have them in a straight line. And this way we do here the same. Give them some pressure. And we're going to get 5 blocks. Very easy, 5. And again, 5. We're going to roll them also together, the same like we did with the 6 ones. So you get 2-sided of the 6 and you get 2-sided of the 5. And there we're going to make a little basket out of it, of box, just how you call it. And again, squeeze it and squeeze it. And we're going to give it a couple of minutes rest. In the meantime, while these 4 pieces are drying, we're going to get 3 blocks, and we're going to do again 3, and we do here 3 and here 3, and we're going to glue also this longest side together and place them together, and this one and this one, and over here, and the last of 3, and do the same like you did earlier. Just squeeze them. I'm just sounding now sometimes like a racket. I really am sorry, but I'm just going to do my best just to tell it to you that you can easily make the same DIY if you want to make it, of course. But that's why I'm counting. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea. To hear me counting again, it's not my cup of tea either. But if I want to explain it to you all, and for people who really want to make it, I'm going to do it this way, and it's not for nothing that we called step by step. So we're going to give this 4 pieces of 3 also some rest. So we placed our 4 pieces of 3 on the sides. We have here the 1 of 6, here the 1 of 6, and here the 5 and the 5. What we're going to do, we do some glue on this side of the 5, on this side of the 5, and we're going to place it straight up. We do here the same on this side and on this side, and we're going to place them straight up. We place this up, and we do this one against here. We do here the same, and we're going to place the 1 of 6, of course, over here. Now we're going to give it a little bit of pressure, not too much, and be sure that you have everything on the place you need. And now we're going to give it some, at least I think a 20 minutes rest to be sure that everything glues nicely together. So I made my little box, and now I'm going to get the 4 pieces of 3. I'm going to do some glue on the longer side, and we're going to make a square again, and we're going to place this on the outside. We do this one, but of course on the inside, and we could do this on the tops and on the inside. And we're going to, of course, I have to turn it upside down and this way, and now we have a nice cute little square. We give it a little bit of squeeze, not too much because it's not totally dry yet, and then all the blocks will break off. So be careful, but like I told you earlier, if it breaks, don't worry about it, it doesn't matter. You can easily glue everything together again. So we're going to give this also some rest. So these 2 boxes will be on the bottom of our bigger size. Now we're going to get 3 blocks, but we do this 4 times. And again, another one, and another one, and the last, also 3, and we're going to glue them together. This is 1. This is a lot of 3s in this bigger firecracker. Again, this one will be over here, and this one over here, and place them together. And the last, and this will be are not the last 3s we are going to make, because we're going to make a lot of 3s because we need a lot of boxes. So again, squeeze it, and we give it some couple of minutes rest. And you see already I am painting the bigger box, and the smaller box I'm going to paint in the blue color. And just take my time for it, because I want to be that it's very neatly, because it will be glued on the bottom. So I'm going to take my time for both of them in the blue color. So now we have our 4 pieces of 3, and we are going to make this 4 pieces in the red color, because then they can dry already. So we give them a nice coat of red. But you can, like I told you earlier, you can do any combination of colors you like. Maybe like a little bit more of the rusty color, a little bit more wax color. So do whatever you think it's fitting for your decor. So I'm going to take my time for it. I'm going to make this 4, and then we're going to do the next step. In the meantime, while our 4 pieces are drying, we are going to get 3. Here we go again with 3. And again, another one of 3. And another set of 3. We have again, we already have 5. And number 6. And a 7. Number 8. 9. And number 10. 11. And number 12, and then we have all the pieces of 3, and then we have enough 3s. So don't worry, we are just going to glue the sides again, the same like we did with the other one of 3, but don't worry, I will do it a little bit faster. And you see already on the table are 4 pieces of 3 we just made, and I'm going to make a nice square out of them again. I only do 1 with you, the rest you can do for yourself, because or else it is really boring to look at. Of course, I'm going to do this one on the outside, this one on the inside again, and this one will be the closure up on this side and on this side. And we're going to turn it over this way and place it in. And now you already have your square. Give it some pressure. And we're going to let this dry. And you see already we have our 3 little boxes, and we're going to paint them later in the blue color. But first we're going to let them dry a little bit better. I'm going to get my bottom, and I have here my bottom, and I have here my side frame. I'm going to turn this over, and I'm going to do some glue on the underside. Very easy. On the inside, of course, because we don't want to drip it out. Not everything is totally dried up, I see, of my blue. This blue paint is drying so badly. I don't know what it is, but it is really bad. So I'm going to have to look for, if I have the 6, I have this way. I have to do it on the right side, because or else it doesn't fit. Of course, over here, and this one over here. And we do this one over here. And make sure that now you have this 2 sides are leaning over a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Just give it some pressure, because this side and this other side is doing really exactly the same. So this is the same measurement, only this 2 sides are a little bit overlaid, but it doesn't matter, because I like a little bit of change of structure. So I'm going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So now I'm going to have the bigger one on top of here. I'm going to get the smaller one, turn it over, and of course also on the inside I'm going to do some glue. And I'm going to glue this one exactly in the middle of the bigger one. So very easy. Just make sure that you have it in the middle. Look for it and give it a little bit of pressure. And this way. And we're going to let this dry also. So I showed you a little bit closer. So this is how it's looking like. Of course, I see already that I missed a little spot of the blue, but it's very easy. I'm just going to get my brush, and I'm going to make sure that I have all the coloring. So I'm going to place this aside and let it dry. Now we're going to get our 3 little boxes, and we're going to do them in the blue color, but I'm doing it a little bit faster. So my 4 little cubes are drying, and I'm going to take now my 4 red pieces. In one of the red pieces, of course, I'm going to make also a little hole for the twine of rope. So I'm going to go to my garage, and I'm going to drill here a little hole in. So you see I have my little opening, and again I'm going to work my way into the little opening until here. I'm going to pull it through, and I'm going to make a little knot over here, and I'm going to make sure that we're going to place it down, and we're going to do some glue over here, and we make sure that we glue it on top of here, and we give it a couple of seconds to dry in, and then we're going to cut off the ending. You see already one big mess on my table. I was thinking what I'm going to do on the side of this firecracker. I'm going to do the word pop, but you can choose anything you like. I'm going to give the letters my creamy color. Of course, I take my time for it, and I'm not going to bore you with it. So you see it already when they are done. So if everything is correctly, I have everything ready to glue also the bigger size together. We have here the bottom, we glued in each other. What we're going to do, we're going to do some glue on the inside of this one. Over here, over here, and over here. And of course, what we're going to do, we're going to place this one on top in the middle, and we're going to give it a little bit of pressure this way, and we get our smallest brush, and we're going to wipe away, of course, the glue we don't need. Very gently go around, turn it over, and do it on this side. Wipe the glue away very gently, and we're going to let this dry. Of course, the next step will be we're going to get one of our little boxes we just painted in the black color or in the blue color. And we're going to do again also on this side some glue and on the inside. And we're going to place another one, of course, on top in the middle. And we're going to turn it and give it some pressure over here. And we're going to get our brush again, because you see already there's a little bit glue coming out. Wipe away, also over here, very gently. And we're going to place it over here. Now we get another box, and we get the one with the, of course, like we say, lonte, you call it vase or vase, if I'm correctly. I'm going to glue this one again on the inside, very gently, over here and over here. And we're going to place the knot inside, and we're going to place this one on top and give it some pressure. Look for that we have it really in the middle, because you don't want to have it crooked. Just take your time for it. And again, get your brush and wipe away the glue which is coming out. Is you ready? Now you already have one again. And we have one left over, of course, this one. And we do the same. Again, glue it on top, on the inside, and over here. And we place this one also on top of here. And we're going to let all of them dry in for at least a couple of minutes. So we gave them a couple of minutes. We're going to get one of the boxes like this. We're going to turn it over. We do some glue also on this side, on the inside, a little small line of glue. And we're going to place this one exactly in the middle, the same like we did with the other one. So we're going to place it down, make sure that we have it in the middle over here, and we're going to let this dry in for a couple of minutes. So we gave this one also a couple of minutes. We're going to turn it over again, and we're going to do some glue also on this one in the middle. Oh, and you see already we're going to place this one on top, and we're going to place this in the middle over here, and we're going to look for that we really have it in the middle. And we feel with our fingers. You can easily feel it because he has to be in the same length like the rest will be. So again, place it with your fingers, turn it over, and make sure that you have a straight line. So I'm going to let this dry in also. So now the last will be, of course, the top. And we're going to do some glue also on this side, on the inside. And we have to be sure that there is some glue on the sides. This one is a little bit more difficult because he will be also exactly in the middle. So we have to look for the straight line again. And we're going to let this dry in. Now I have everything glued, only we need the letter pop on top of here. Here will be the P, the O and the P again. So I'm going to take my time for it and glue them on top of here. In a moment you see the quick impression how he really turned out.
Something got me haunted, haunted by
you. See already, we have our supplies on the table like we do every time. I have here my tumbler tile blocks and I use the smaller blocks. I always say, if you have 4 until 5 packages in your home, in your stash, then you always have enough for the DIYs we're making. So I never can say how much I use because I make the DIY along the way and I don't know how much it will be. So always make sure that you have 4 until 5 packages laying around and you have all you need. And of course, these are the smaller blocks. I have here the paint, the creamy white, the red and the blue, because we are still a little bit in the 4th of July. And we have my container with everything I need, my scissors, markers, brushes, some twine, some mud pots, and of course the wood glue. And I use the brand PATRIOTIC, but you can use any brand wood glue, because it's only make sure that it is kind of a cheap brand, because don't spend too much money. I have here, of course, my old piece of kitchen towel, which is wet to wipe away the glue we need. What we're going to make for today, we're going to make a lantern, but a lantern with a twist. I made a lot of lanterns already, because it's one of my favorite things to have in my home. So I always love candlelight in the evening. So I am always a person for the, of course, the lanterns. So we're going to make a lantern. We will see how this one will turn out. So we are going to start with the bottom and the top from our lantern, because we in this needs to dry. We're going to get our jigsaw and we're going to saw a round out, but first we need to dry it. And you can also do it with your hand saw, or maybe you can ask someone if you are a little scared of doing it yourself. I use the jigsaw from the Lidl, how you call it, and he is very inexpensive and he is so nice to work with. I can even do it with my hands. So I hope if you have a Lidl or Lidl, just go ahead and look for it, because you will be having so much fun with it. And it's so, you can do any possibility shape you like. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have a piece of 7. We're going to do again another piece of 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. And we do 5 pieces of 7. So it's very easy. You see already I have 1 too many. I am already almost there. And of course, a lot of you, not everyone likes to see how I am going to count them, but for everyone who is here and always love to see how everything is step by step, like I always do, that's for every people I do it. If you don't like it, just skip forward. So I have, if everything is correctly, I have to see if I have really 7, or else I'm gluing and it is not 7 blocks. And it's not what we want. So we have 5 pieces of 7, and I'm going to glue the longest side like this. So do a light line, place them immediately against each other to make sure that the glue is not running out. And number 6 and number 7 is the closure up again. You're going to squeeze it and press it together. And for everyone who uses a metal hook, just do it, because I don't like working with it, because I just get used to this one and I'm an old lady, so I'm not going to use this one. But if you have a metal hook, just use it. You will have so much fun working with it. But I always do it with my hands and feel with my fingers the straight line. But you are so free to do whatever you think it's right. Again, work from within and go for it. So, and if the blocks are not totally straight, for the bottom and the top, it doesn't matter, because you're going to saw little circles out of it. So it doesn't mind if you have blocks which are not totally straight, as long as you make sure that they are on the ending and not in the middle, so you have open gaps. But if you do have open gaps, you do some wood filler inside of it, and then you still can use them. But squeeze it, and you're going to do number 4, and we are almost there already. And don't worry, I'm not going to do this whole DIY this way, so don't worry. So, and the last with the glue, and the 7 is the closure up again, and we do block number 5 of 7 to make the first. And out of this piece we're going to get 2 rounds. So this is already for the bottom and the top, but the bottom and the top is out of 2 pieces, a smaller round and a bigger round. This is for the smaller round, for the top and the bottom. So I'm going to squeeze it, wipe away the glue, also over here, go over it with your old piece of kitchen towel, And if you are ready with your DIY, you just do some dish soap on it, make it clean again, and you can even use it again. You don't have to throw it away. With wood glue, it's always going very nicely out. So again, I'm going to wait a couple of minutes and then we're going to glue them together. I have turned my pieces and now I'm going to place them on the side, at least 4 of them. I'm going to make a line over here and I'm going to make a line over here, and I only wait a couple of minutes because then I still can fill in the open gaps, if there are open gaps at least. And this is number 4. We're going to place them down this way. We place them over here, and this one over here, and this one over here. And now we're going to make sure that we are going to get them fitting nicely together. So squeeze it, and you see already little open gaps are closing in. And it doesn't matter if this is not totally straight because you're going to saw out some rounds, so it doesn't matter. You're going to wipe away the glue, and we're going to give this at least a couple of hours resting before we're going to get our jigsaw and of course saw it out. And you see already on my table I have the second part of our top and our bottom for our lantern. Of course you need 7 rows of 10. 7 rows of 10 blocks. And also very easy, you're just going to glue them on the side, the same like you did with the other one. But the other one was 5 pieces of 7, and this is 7 pieces of 10. So very easy. I'm only going to do this together with you because you know already now how to glue them. So I have here number 9, and number 10 is of course the closure up. You're going to squeeze them from within, squeeze it and make sure that you have a straight line and let it rest in for a couple of minutes. So I'm going to do the rest a little faster. So again, I have my 7 pieces of 10 and I'm going to do the same. I lay 1 down, 6 are standing up, and I'm going to get my glue. I'm going to make a line over here, and I do this with all 6 of them. And over here, and like I told you, it doesn't matter if it's not a straight line because we're going to saw out our circle, so don't worry. And a number 4 of number 5, and this is number 6 of course, and we're going to place them down. This is already 1, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, and the last number 7. So we're going to make sure that we have everything smooth, and we're going to very carefully going to fix in our pieces, and of course they will break, but it doesn't matter, don't worry about it. You can easily fix pieces which are broken because everything is still open for squeezing, so don't worry about it. Just work with it and take your time for it. I think that's the most important, that you really take your time for. And if this is really an open gap, what you still can do, maybe you can turn it over. If you do this open, and you can turn it over, do it maybe this way, maybe it fits better on this side, and maybe on this side also better. No, this doesn't fit. Then you also can turn it over this way, and is it maybe fitting a little better? Maybe you can work with it. And even when it goes open, just get your time and make sure that you squeeze all of them again together until one big piece, and then let it dry for a couple of hours. So I gave this plank already a couple of minutes a rest, but before I'm going to leave it for a couple of hours, I did make my rounds, and I used a planter, the underside of a planter, but I did the measurement of my first bigger circle is 15 centimeters, and in inches it is, I have to look for 6. So it is 15 centimeters, or in inches it is 6 inches, and I have 2 pieces of them. So if you make 7 pieces of 10, you can easily do this 2 rounds. I have here my smaller plank, and I'm going to use a paint can for it, and I'm going to place this on top of here in the middle, and I'm going to make a circle out of it, the same like I did with the other one. So it's very easy, just go over it as much as you need to. Before, I'm an old lady, so I have to look for it that I can see it right. And here you see the inches are, I have to look 4 and 4.4, and in centimeters it is 11 centimeters. So in centimeters 11, and in inches 4.4. Not 4.5, but you can do of course 4.5. So I'm going to make another one, and then I'm going to leave them both a couple of hours dry. So now we're going to go further with the middle piece of our lantern, and you see already I have here 6 blocks, and I do 6 rows of 6 blocks, and I'm going to do them very easy. On the tops, some glue, place them down, do also over here, and roll them together, very easy, in the middle. And we're going to do this one over here, place this one over here, and number 5, and of course number 6 is the closure up. You're going to go squeeze them from within and to the outside. Make sure that you squeeze everything, and we're going to go, oh, you see already I'm already stuck to my wood. And make sure that you have a nice straight as you can get it. I'm going to do all of them, but of course I don't do all of them together with you. I only do one extra. So you just do the tops, you place them together so the glue is not running out too much. And number 4 and a number 5 and number 6 is again the closure up. You're going to give it a little squeeze. Make sure that you have everything nicely in a straight line. And then go over on the tops with your piece of kitchen towel and wipe away the glue. So we're going to do all the rest, but a little faster. So I have my 6 pieces of 6 blocks, and what I'm going to do now, I'm going to do 6 pieces of 2. Very easy. You just place 2 blocks with the tops to each other. So it's very easy. Just do some glue over here and place it against each other. This one also over here, and this one over here. And the other pieces will be loose blocks because we're going to attach it with some tape. And I was forgotten to tell you, with the supplies we need also use some duct tape or adhesive tape, if I'm correctly you call it also. So we are going to squeeze it together like this, and we're going to squeeze this one. Oh, you see already I'm already stuck to my own glue now. to my own glue. So I'm going to wipe away the most of the glue I can. So I'm going to do this, and of course you see in a moment the next step. So now we get the hard part. At least you can make it your own. I'm just giving you an inspiration. So we have our 6 pieces of 6, and I will lay down one of them over here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to do one of 2. I'm going to just place them against here, and we do a loose block over here, and we do here the same. We do 2 loose blocks. You have to take your time. Make sure that you have it in a nice straight line, because in a moment we're going to get our tape and we're going to tape it together. So we're going to place one of them over here again. So make sure that you have as straight as you can have it. Of course, one has to go a little bit backwards, and everything is fitting, because yeah, your blocks are not always straight. So take your time for it. And this is already one. Now we're going to get one of 2 again. We place this one over here, and we do a loose block next to it over here, and we do 2 loose blocks over here, place them over here and over here, and again place one of 6 against it over here. He's not really fitting really nicely, so we have to work a little bit with it. Again, we're going to go and we place one over here, and be careful. We place a loose block over here, We do 2 loose blocks on this side and place them against each other. Get one of 6 again, and we're going to place them together. We do a 1 of 2 over here. We do a loose block next to it. This needs to go a little higher. I know for some people this is a little bit boring, but I hope for everyone who enjoys the step by step, I make sense. If I don't, just leave a comment down below. We do a 1 of 6 again, and we are almost there. I have to go this way. This needs to go a little bit backwards. And we go for a second block again over here. And we do a loose block next to it. We do 2 loose blocks over here. And over here. And the 1 of 6 again. And we do this one over here. And the loose block will be over here. Of course, he's not totally fitting up the mat, so I should have done it on my table. But of course, this way and that, if everything later we're going to get together, everything is fitting nicely. At least I hope. But sometimes I am next to you. You never know. So I needed a little moment to count my pieces. And you see, in totally, you need to have 17 blocks in a row. If I count, I have 18. I was already thinking how it's possible that it doesn't fit on my mat, because it did when I laid it the first time. So of course this one needs to go. So we start with a piece of 6 and we end with a piece of 2. And if everything is laying nicely next to each other, this needs to go a little back. This needs to go a little back. You see, this one is stuck to this one over here, and then we're going to get our tape and we're going to glue tape our pieces together. I'm going to start with 1 over here and 1 over here, and I hope that's enough to keep it in place as long as I have it glued on top of my on the pieces of my lantern. So I use this tape. It's, yeah, I don't know, 3M tape, but you can use any duct tape you like. You see already it's some curly hair. That must be for me. So I'm going to get a piece off, and I'm going to do 1 row in this side and 1 row over here. But I take my time for it, so you see in a moment how it's looking like. So you see I have my lines now, this one and this one, but now I'm going to get little pieces of tape like this, and I'm going to place them on top of here, exactly in the middle. So this one gets also a little bit of sturdiness. Of course, you see where this tape is a little too long, but it's the ending, so it doesn't matter. But this one needs to be a little smaller. So I'm going to get a little smaller piece of tape, and I'm going to place it over here. Make sure that I have it inside. And is it a little bit too long, just cut it off. So, and I'm going to do this one, and this one, and this one. And then we can roll it on top. You see, I have all the pieces I need, but what we get if I'm going to place this on here and I'm going to close it, you see already, I'm going to close it on the underside, but I get the opening over here. And of course the